All right. Isn't here yet. Hope you're all doing well. All right. I am gonna do another chill painting. Something chill. I don't know. Maybe spooky. I don't think I'm gonna do a grayscale painting today. Last time we had one grayscale thumbnail, and we turned it into a spooky painting, which I liked. I really enjoyed the painting. But I don't know how many days of grayscale I can take. But what I will do though, because this was the second place one, I'm gonna just start by snagging this thumbnail and putting it in there. That way we can have something on screen already, and then maybe we'll do like 9 thumbnails or something. We'll see. But yeah, hope everyone's good. I was gonna name the stream title like, you know, Life Got You Down on Paint or something. I don't know. But that was too, I don't know. What's the word? Ominous? Or something? I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. Maybe what if we try to do like, what would a Halloween painting look like that's very bright? You know, bright colors, stuff like that. Oh, actually, wait, I had an idea. Oh gosh, I was thinking about... Nope. I have an idea. I actually had this idea yesterday of like a theme. It's not a real theme. It's an art theme. But what if I do all of my paintings today looking upward? Not like, I mean, maybe drastically upward, but like I want the bulk of the painting to be things like that are basically an upside down painting. That's what, like where you're looking up at stuff, the underside of things. You know, if you have buildings, they're floating above you or something. You're seeing literally the undersides of stuff. But yeah, anyway, that would be fun, I think. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So basically I can start out the opposite of how I normally start. So like if I normally start with this gradient down below, I can do the same gradient but up from above. And it can radiate, or not radiate, that's not the right word. It can go towards the middle. So like this might be, I don't know, floating things. Anyway, that was my big idea. I don't know exactly after that. I have no plan. But yeah. Also, if anyone has done any art... Oh, actually, before people arrive, I should say thank you guys for for anyone who has supported me additionally through Patreon. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to make a point of saying thank you at least once a stream, because I've been really bad at doing Patreon stuff, but it does exist, and if you want to support me further, you can. That's basically all. There's not any real major perks. Technically, I have like a free print a month if you are a $10 or more supporter, and then the low tier is like the $3 or pay what you want, basically, and it's just, there is no support. Other than occasionally I do post like process videos and breakdowns of stuff, and like written walkthroughs of like the good, the bad, the ugly kind of thing. Like what would I change after now that I'm done with the painting, like what would I have changed? What did I like about the process or the painting? Just that kind of thing. I haven't done that in a while though, so don't count on it. But yeah, okay. That's my business stuff out of the way. Let's get some colors. Maybe some deep blues. Maybe big blue. Big sounds like a trucker name, like Big Red or Big Blue. Do truckers have like aliases? Is that like a thing? I only know that from like cartoons and stuff, where like truckers always had aliases. I don't know if that's a thing. Is that still a thing? I feel like if I were a trucker, what would be your alias? Casey, hello. What would be your alias if you were a trucker? I feel like that's I don't know if that's actually a thing or like a fake thing. I'm just gonna pretend it's a thing. I want to have the ignorant bliss of just thinking that all truckers have aliases. 9 minutes in and already the Jed Talks have the kid. I mean, I like to blabber even when there's nobody here yet. Tactical Kitty. Oh wait, you actually had an alias. That's where you need a radio. That's awesome. That's hilarious. Yeah, I don't know what my alias would be. I feel like aliases. I mean, obviously on Twitch, right? I go by JStiller30, but that's not really an alias. Like, it's kind of a dumb one, but like I don't think I could take myself seriously in the real world. Like online, it's fine because that's all you've ever been known as. It's like a gamer tag. Like, you know, that's been a thing for forever, right? You know, people have like, you know, Naruto X whatever, and it doesn't matter. Like, who cares? It's you're anonymous, you're online, everybody's doing it. It doesn't really matter. You could have some anime thing, and you may not feel weird about it. But in real life, there's something strange about, like, you know, I don't know. I can't even think of an alias in real life, but it just feels weird to like call yourself by an alias in real life. I don't know. Maybe if like the work culture around there is different, then like it would feel normal. I don't know. I was not a trucker though, so I can neither confirm nor deny. All right, in my head space, they are all using aliases. That's part of why I just use my name. I would feel weird responding to it. See, I don't feel that weird online. Because it's so normalized. Like if you've spent a lot of time online, but in real life, I would feel super weird. Like imagine, like even going to well, I don't know. I mean, at some point, it's just a nickname, right? Like meeting friends in real life who have like names that kind of sound like names, but not real. They're not their real names online. I feel normal calling them by that because that's just what I've always called them. But I don't know if it were something really stupid. Not stupid, but you know what I mean. Like really obviously, you know, like Mario's Pants. If that was your name, you know, Mario Pants. Do I think I could call someone Mario Pants in real life? No. That's just, I don't think I could do it. Or I don't know. Now I'm curious. I bet you I could. I want to say I can't because all logic tells me that would just be ridiculous. But if you knew them for a long time, it would become normal, I think. I don't know. That's one of those weird like psychology problems, you know, where like you tell yourself one thing, but in reality, you'd have no problem doing it because it just, there's like that gradual buildup. Also, this looks like a tornado. It wasn't supposed to be a tornado. It was gonna be large objects, and we're gonna look at the undersides of them. Just like floating, very ominous shapes. These are the undersides. Usually you shorten the name, so you'd probably just call them Mario. True. But like, okay. But like, what if it was, you know, Spatula Pants or something? Like, you can't just call them Spatula. Like, you could, but wouldn't that be weird? Like would you... I don't know. At some point, I don't know why you kept throwing in pants in there. I mean, I guess you could just call them pants. But that's also... I don't know. Anyway. I'm not too worried about it. Maybe someday I will meet a trucker who spat. I don't know. Yeah, possibly. I guess, yeah, you'd end up just having a nickname. That's true. You would just take their name and make it less weird by making a nickname. Yeah, that's true. But anyway, Casey, how are you? How's your day going? What a wonderful conversation to start the stream off. Trucker aliases. That's something. I had to come up with something. But yeah, I'm trying to do like these weird floating islands where we're just seeing the bottoms of them. That's been something that I want to do today. Is like an inverted, one of my normal paintings, but kind of inverted. Almost like I'm painting upside down. But also, we have stuff, you know, down here as well. just to get some different shapes. Vexchester, how's it going? Hello. I'm well, says Casey. Magically have a Saturday off for once. Nice. But about to head into the studio. Ooh, well, happy streaming. I may, depending on who, if assuming you're gonna stream today, I may raid you, or maybe you'll raid me. I don't know, but I will probably see ya, one way or the other. Maybe, maybe not. Obviously you're under no obligation to raid me. What am I talking about? You could raid anyone. It's very possible that I won't see you. But anyway, see ya. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Good, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm good. I'm a little tired. I already worked today. And so... Oh, well, you probably won't stream. Okay, I don't know. I didn't know what that meant to you're going into the studio. I thought that was code word for I'm sneaking off the stream. You know how a lot of people are like, all right, well, I gotta go. I'll be lurking. And then you look like 2 minutes later and they're online or they're streaming like, oh, okay. That's what they meant. They just are trying to not be like, by the way, I'm going to go stream now. Okay, very literal. Okay. Well, good luck in the studio. What have you been working on lately? When you're in the studio? So, you know what I've been working, well, I haven't really been working on it. I need to make a website, and I don't know how to make a website. Like, I know it's one of those stupid things, like, do you not have a website in 2025? And it's like, you know, there's all these, like, it's like one of those things that every company who can make you websites tries to advertise, like, but I never had my own website. I don't know what to do. Like, I know there's ways to, like, various ways to do it, anything from learning to make it myself to like literally like plug and play type things where you just like super beginner friendly, but I don't know how all that relates to, like, you know, updating my website every week, you know, or I just use Wix. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Let me write it down. Wix. Because I just want it to be easy enough to where I can, once I have the layout, I can, like, update my portfolio or update images, or if I want to print shop, you know, if I want to sell something, I can just add items. Like, I want it to be really easy, but also I do want it to be updatable without me having to, like, jump through additional hoops, you know? I don't just want, like, a one and done thing where I never touch it again because updating it sucks, you know? Wix. There we go. Hey, Skittle, how's it going? A website's a good idea? Yeah, so, well, no. I don't actually need to update it every week, but the idea is, like, I don't want to be discouraged from updating it because it's annoying, you know? But anyway, no, the real reason is because I want to, like, I think it'd be fun to make products like a puzzle or something, you know, as I've talked about in the past. But I was like, well, I don't even know where I could direct people. You know, if I'm not doing it like a Kickstarter, which I don't know if I want to, maybe not the first time, but it'd be nice to be able to have, like, I can send you to a place to buy it that isn't just like a direct, you know, a pay-on-demand third-party site. Like, I'd like to be able to, you know, make it on my site. So, like, it'd be nice to have some sort of, you know, website for that. And I'm like, oh, okay, I don't really want to do that then before I have a place to put it. So now I need a website. And there's, like, every time I figure out what I need to do, there's more stuff to do. And it's like, they're basic little things, but for me, they're big things because I've never done them. And so it feels like I'm a boomer who doesn't know how technology works. And I'm like, oh my gosh, why is this all so hard? So yeah. But really, it's just a skill issue, me being bad. Hey, Skittle, hope you're doing well. The day is going well. A little tired. It's been a long day already, but I'm good. I am good. Pretty chill. Painting some upside down scenes, totally inspired by your inverted thingy that you do on your stream. I'm not actually painting it upside down. This is right side up, but I'm treating it as upside down. Like I'm you know, thinking about perspective, the underside of objects. You know, this is still the ground. Like, you know, here we'll do this. This is still the ground plane, but these are floating above. Casey says, "Hi, Skittle." Yeah, we got the gang, the streamers. For those who don't know, anyone just like tuning in or something, who maybe is new or something, I don't know. Maybe you first time here. Both Skittle and Casey Snow Art stream. So A Blue Skittle without an E, or it has an E at the end. Skittle's name's hard because it's A Blue Skittle, but blue doesn't have an E in it. A-B-L-U Skittle. Anyway, and Casey Snow Art. Spelled just like it sounds. 'Tis a fun challenge. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's really like, I wouldn't even call it a challenge. It's more just like, I oftentimes don't paint compositions where there's much going on, like the bottom of it. I don't know. Because like this is gonna incentivize me to maybe think about this texture. I don't. Funny enough, this brings back memories of like playing Minecraft, where oftentimes when you do buildings, you just have like you ignore the roof. We were talking about it, kind of talking about this, where you mentioned like never looking up, and like, or is it you? Wait, no, somebody talked to me about like video games not being able to look up, and it's just like a neglected area or something, or a neglected thing. But anyway, I don't, maybe it wasn't you, now that I think about it. I don't know who it was. But yeah, I'm like, you know, yeah, looking up, like, I don't know, it just would be, and then it got me thinking about like Minecraft, like oftentimes when you build stuff, people just put a flat roof and then they build all this other structure, but they don't make the upside have texture, right? They don't have things sticking down, and because it's hard to think in that way, right? You typically build from the bottom up, and by the time you get to the top, if you want to do anything with this layer, you need to like then delete these layers to build this interesting, right? Or you have, let's say you have things hanging down, you need to know that they're hanging down as you're building them up so that you can, you know, go like that. Yeah, right? You kind of have to, it's a kind of a weird thing. It's just the tops of things are tough. Ooh, with isometric perspective style in video games that have no skybox, you can never see above horizon typically. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like when you're looking down on something and you can't see through the roof, obviously, because there is no roof. And so everything is just, there is no up. Everything's down. I don't know. And it just, something about like art and design, and it's just, I don't know, something about designing things from like our perspective, but looking up, even in the natural world, right? We always look down at the ground. We look, you know, where we're walking, going in places where it's specifically designed to look up is pretty rare. Like maybe churches. Churches seem like one of the few buildings where looking up is like the default. And even then, no, I think looking up is pretty common in churches. But outside of that, it's not super common. So yeah, anyway, got me thinking, like, what if I do that? Maybe I put squiggles up here in a color in perspective, or maybe not totally in perspective. That's gonna end up looking like Tron. I don't know if I'm gonna like that. I'm just starting with little squiggles right now. They don't have to be squiggles, but Nadaski, long time no see. How's it going? Rotate 90 degrees is surprisingly harder than upside down flips, I think. Oh, I would imagine. For sure. I wouldn't want to do a 90-degree flip. Yeah. That would be hard. Yeah, upside down is easy because the perspective kind of stays the same, right? Like, you still have the same horizon line. in theory, if things are above you, they're all still, you know, vanishing in the same way. And so, like, it doesn't really change anything. This feels more like flipping upside down feels more like a party trick, a little bit, because it's like it sounds like it's this hard thing, but really not much is changing. Maybe I guess it changes a little bit if you're doing like water reflections or things where you're looking at a different angle, like I don't know, where it maybe matters. I don't know. But yeah, it is kind of a weird thing to do. I actually wonder how this is going to work. So now I flipped upside down. The background should still be lighter, I think. No, I guess there is a difference between this. No, maybe not. Not really. Really isn't a difference. Also, I'm using my weird brush today. Okay, Vexer says, there's a really neat area in Clair Obscura that's meant to look underwater, so when you look up, you see the bottom of shipwrecks and whales and such. It's really beautiful. Oh, that's cool. That sounds neat. I do like that in under... See, that's a neat thing that games sometimes do. Good games, right? They take the environment that you're in and really try to understand what makes it unique. And then they build stuff. Gosh, there was an example of this in Path of Exile 2 that I encountered just recently. I can't think of it right now, but if I do, I'll bring it up. But basically, it's like that, right? It's like saying, well, if we're underwater, how can we design the scene to give the player or the viewer an experience that is different than what they might otherwise be able to experience, right? And so underwater would be, looking up and experiencing the world from below, right? That's a different way, right? There'd probably be it'd be tempted to be like, what if I just swam down and look at the ground, you know? But like, well, no, things might be floating, and so it's this whole like 360 view, right? And that's really neat. I think that's awesome. Right, and the same thing with, like, I think if you were going into a cave, making the ceilings and the walls all sort of carved and designed. Like, oh, there we go. That's something that is unique to that space. You can't really experience that unless you're in that thing, right? But maybe it's more than that, you know? Maybe there's... I don't know. I'm spacing on examples, but... Okay. Now what? I don't know. Let's make another thumbnail. This one isn't vibing with me. It just feels upside down. They're just pillars. There's nothing to it, you know? I don't know quite what I'm doing, so this is kind of an experiment. Oh, we had talked about doing a study stream last stream. We're not, obviously, I'm not doing it today, but I would like to do a study stream. Because we were talking about, like, somebody asked how to study foliage, and I went in, like, a mini Jed talk of, actually, it wasn't even a mini, it was a full-blown Jed talk of like, what I would try to get out of studying foliage. And that was just like one of the things you could study was like the shape of it and how to simplify it to be a usable shape, you know, like a tree or something. You know, because you can't paint every leaf, so you have to figure out a way to like work it into your environment. And so yeah, I don't know, it'd be fun to do a study stream like that where maybe we take complex scenes and try to talk, you know, and maybe it would be more like simplifying complex scenes, because environments are messy and complex. And so, like, you can't... If you're doing a study from real, you know, from a photo from real life, it might not be a good composition study, right? The composition might suck. So you might have to rework things and change things and take the parts that you do like about you know, take the parts of the environment that do catch your eye and focus on that while kind of trimming down all the rest. And that, I think that's hard for a lot of people, because like if you're doing like, I think a lot of people's studies are, you know, master copies or like a photo study where you're like of like a person and you're like, I want to get the likeness. So you try to not simplify, right? You're trying, oftentimes you're trying to capture everything there. But I think it's fun to do the opposite and say, well, we can't capture everything. Our goal is to take something, you know, maybe it's a building, maybe it's a couple shapes, whatever it is, and just like emphasize that. Maybe you make it more vibrant, maybe you enlarge it, maybe you zoom in a bit, you know, and like maybe you cut out some of the random stuff that's obstructing the view. So I think that'd be fun. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay. I don't know how today's thumbnails are gonna go. They might just be a total mess. That's okay. Today is a day for messy. It'll be a messy day. For some reason, every time I say the word messy, I think of like the football player, which I don't even watch soccer/football, but I do know of Messi, and for some reason, in my that's it. That imagery pops in of like, I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not a sports person. But yeah, I think it's funny. Learning how to simplify is really tough, and it was super helpful to see you think through it. Simplifying. A study stream would be super cool to see how you would simplify a scene. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the principles of like simplifying are just the things you can learn if you go like watch like a, you know, shape design video of large, medium, small, you know, videos on, you know, visual appeal and clarity of, you know, values and shapes and, you know, which shapes, and then also basically anything in shape design, right? So you also have like certain shapes are gonna make you feel something, you know. If you have a really chaotic shape with a lot of jagged edges, that's gonna be less chill, right? Like, and, you know, I wouldn't lean too much into that because that can get a little like pseudoscience-y, wishy-washy, but like, you know, there's an effect there where like certain shape language can, you know, especially if it's already established shape language, it can absolutely make you feel or think something. And so if you have like a peaceful scene, you might choose to do something, you know, a little different. Hey, Reed Kreiner, how's it going? Yeah, so if you have like a peaceful scene, but certain shapes in the scene are doing things, you might choose to like modify them. You know, maybe you tweak the shapes of the mountains or the buildings or something, right? Maybe you add some gesture to the power lines hanging down or something. You know, you can change things just a little bit to like enhance the mood that you want. Or maybe it's not a mood that you want. Maybe it's the story, and so you know, add extra characters or delete things that take away from the story. Like, I think it kind of just depends on when you look at an image, is like, what is the part that you're actually like, what does your brain lock into and say, what is this image about? And I think that's, I don't know, I'm not amazing at it. I know a lot of people when they do their photo studies, or a lot of landscape artists when they do their photo studies, they end up making it look way cooler than the actual image. Like, you know, that you can just take, it's like, if you're good at this, you can take a paint, you know, some old grimy back alley street or something, and you can just do a painting of it and make it gorgeous. Not gorgeous in like a, you know, just add sparkle to it, but like, take the quality of it, you know, maybe it's the light on the road or some aspect of it that you think is interesting, and really just make it interesting. And like, wow, that went from a thing that I would have walked by without, you know, thinking twice about, to that is now a scene that has some real interest in somewhere. Maybe it's the graffiti on the wall that is like, you know, you really play it up and give it character and like use that graffiti shape as like the mood kind of, and then everything else is like based on that, right? Or maybe it's a dumpster, and the dumpster is, you know, supposed to look grimy, and you play that up and make everything else look a little more pristine, and then everything around the dumpster, you know, like, I don't know how you want to do it. There's different ways, but um I don't know. I think that aspect of art's really interesting because I think for a long time, hey, how it goes? It goes really well. It goes very well. I am painting upside down. No, not really. I am kind of I'm kind of trying to do some scenes where we're painting the underside of things a little bit. And I don't really know what that means because I haven't decided what I'm painting, but I'm sort of, I don't know, just making shapes, just having fun and rambling. But yeah, I think the topic of making things, what was I saying? Of like taking the, I hate the word the essence of it because that doesn't mean anything to most people, but taking like the main focus on a scene, right? Like whether it's the dumpster in an alley or maybe it's the graffiti on a wall and then you ignore the dumpster, you know, but like you focus on the thing that you want your painting to be about. I've kind of like, I think maybe in the last, it's probably been like the last 5 years, so it's not super recent, but before that I was very much like, if I did a photo study, it would be, I want to paint the thing, right? I want to paint what's in front of me. I want to get it accurate because that's surely accuracy is going to convey what I'm thinking about or what I'm feeling, and it kind of isn't, right? Like, that's not really how it works. I mean, I've rambled about this a billion times, but like if you see something, so much of how you think and feel about it is in your head, right? It could be the history of the place. It could be that you had a particularly good lunch with a friend right before you went walking down the street, so your spirits are lifted, and like it kind of changes how you experience the thing, right? Maybe you have headphones on and you're, you know, listening to a music with a nice beat or something, and like every step you take you can kind of like bob your head and like, you know, you're kind of seeing the world through, you know, rose-colored glasses. But like, how do you convey that? The scene is the same, right? No, if you were to take a photo, nobody would know that you were that you were listening to some upbeat music, right? No one would know. Everything looks the same. So it's all about like what you know, how do you make the viewer feel that, right? Maybe you change the colors, maybe you change the composition, maybe you warp things, maybe you add stuff that isn't there, that, you know, a clown juggling, does that make, I don't know, maybe that makes people smile or terrifies them. But like, you know, adding things of people, you know, parting or whatever might change how people feel about the thing because you're using language to do that. And that's something that I don't know, I definitely made that shift from like, I want to paint the thing in front of me and I want to get it accurate, to I want to make it tell the story, right? So it's, accuracy is no longer like my main thing. And it hasn't been for quite a while. I don't really care about accuracy. Like, some things accuracy is important, you know, maybe in design, like if you want to paint a, you know, something that makes someone reminiscent of a thing, you want to get that thing accurate so that they actually can like, oh, that's just like I remember it, you know? But yeah, I don't know, I find that such an interesting thing about art, because it's not something that is, I think, as intuitive as some other parts of art. Like, pretty much everybody, when they start, if you were to tell them to do a photo study, they'd be trying to draw exactly what's in front of them. So it's just I think it's interesting. It could potentially be fun to see your take on the same scene and how it showed different various moods. Ooh, that would be interesting, to try to do the same scene but do different studies of it and like focus on different things. And like maybe one of them is the mood and you play it up, but maybe one of them is like an object or something, and then you change stuff, you know, the shapes. That would be fun, like almost like painting the same scene in different styles, kind of, but not necessarily styles, but yeah, that'd be fun. I don't know if that would be fun for you. It would be. I mean, I think it would be a good, if I don't know how good I would do it, so but it would certainly be like a fun, if I could do it well, it would be a fun like demo type thing, you know? Like that, I think that would just be an interesting thing to see. Because I don't know, I'm sure I've seen that before. I've obviously seen different moods, like different lightings, for example. You know, the same scene, the same environment in winter and summer, and you know, a windy day and a gloomy day, or you know, with different lightings, you know, weird alien lighting or whatever, right? I've seen stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know how often I've seen like a photo study where the content of the image changes so that maybe it still kind of feels like the same place, but the things are different. Some things aren't as important, so they're pushed back. Some things are more important and they're more front and center, and they're kind of, you know, maybe you change the sizes and the scales of things. I definitely think that would be a better exercise to do in real life, like not from an image, because when you're painting from an image, it's already composed. And so choosing how to, like, you know, where to put the subject matter in relation to your camera is like, that's part of it. But I know some artists do this really well, I can't speak right now. Well, they'll have a full image, you know, here's mountains, you know, they have like a road, there's a car. This is how I draw cars. Anyway, that's a car. Looks like a Cybertruck. That's unfortunate. Anyway, here's a car on the road. And, you know, it's driving down the road. And then you know, like what are you going to focus on in this scene? You know, maybe there's some trees. Maybe you want to focus on the mountains. What I see some artists do is they will take their image and they'll crop it. They'll say, here's what I'm going to paint. I'm going to paint this scene, right? That's a lot harder in a photo. That's a lot harder in a photo because this becomes less detail, and there's less detail because of the resolution, right? Because of, you know, the camera, of what they focused on. You know, if they were focusing on this and that was in focus with their camera, this is not going to be in focus. So it's hard for you to pick this out and say, I want this to be in focus. You know, if you're good enough at painting and you have painted lots of things of that subject matter, you can kind of then make it up. You could, like, you know, do this painting, but now that you just know how mountains can work and how they can look, you can start adding things to, like, paint this scene but sort of add definition. That's really hard if you're, like, a beginner. Whereas if you're in real life, you get to choose what you're looking at, right? Even if you're looking straight ahead, there's lots of objects. And so it's much easier to, like, shift the camera metaphorically, right? Oh god, not the Cybertruck. Yeah, I don't know why. It just I started with a box. You know what? I mean, I don't want to go on a rant about the Cybertruck, but it really does just look like a vehicle drawn by someone who doesn't know how to draw, which is exactly what I just drew, right? It's like, oh, let's just go like this and put wheels on it. And we're done, you know? It's like, do you not know how to draw? Like, what's happening? How did you get away with it? Looks like a child drew it. Anyway. I think it's funny. I mean, look, and also, you can like it if you like, right? I'm not making fun of you. I'm just making fun of the thing, because I think it's funny. Atomic Age car schema? Atomic Age? I don't know what that means. I know what schema means. What is Atomic Age? But yeah, it has that look to it. Whoa, I just took my coaster off the table with me. But yeah, it's funny that I just slopped together some ugly car and it happened to look like a Cybertruck. Yeah. No, I shouldn't call it ugly. Especially in an art community where different people have different design sensibilities and tastes. Like, it's not my taste, but I think it's not objectively bad. Atomic Age is like that 1940s aesthetic about what the future would look like. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. You see lots of boxy looking atomic age designs. I didn't know it was called that, but that's interesting. But yeah, I'm trying to draw stuff from above right now, or down below, I mean. But I'm not sure I'm succeeding. Maybe there's like these platforms. Ooh, like a ship. Maybe, oh, I know, we could do boats. Hold on, well now we're drawing from below. But yeah, what about like floating boats? Flying Dutchman. Is that what the... Isn't the Flying Dutchman from like that illusion of like boats being above the horizon? Like off in the distance due to like light refraction? Isn't that like a thing? Isn't that how that myth started, kinda? It's like people would look off and see in the sea when they're sailing and they'd see another boat approaching on the horizon, but because of the way the light was, it actually looks like it's above the horizon. And so there was like this I think that's how that myth started, or like that whole thing, that legend. I don't know if it's myth or legend or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I just watched a recent video by, I think it was Veritasium on YouTube, which is an awesome channel, by the way. I think, let's see, was it that channel? But they were talking about like these anomalous waves. I don't know, maybe it wasn't Veritasium, but basically there was like for many years there was like legends of like these waves that came out of nowhere and just swallowed up an entire ship, and people are like, they must be like, it wasn't even stormy, and there'd be myths around like the waves, on a clear night, no waves, and suddenly one just comes and swallows you, just like crazy, like, and then like we had never seen it, like, science is like, we don't understand, these are clearly just legend. And then like apparently this is a real thing, and like these basically freak waves, just all the conditions being just right, they make these giant wave walls that just like otherwise small waves, and there's one that just towers above the rest. Like, it's super rare. Like, I think we've caught like one or two on camera, or like we've recorded the data of them not even having a camera. Like, it's so rare, but apparently it's like a thing. I don't know why, because like it's one of those things from like legends of sea, of the, from the ocean, like of seafarers. But like there's all these like weird legends, the Flying Dutchman, these giant monster waves that seemingly come out of nowhere, and like a lot of these things, like, now that we understand them, I just find it so fascinating. It's like, now we have science to explain some of these things, and I just find it really neat. Sander Rose, hello! Hello. It's always cool when science catches up to, like, mythology or legend, and you're like, oh, that's maybe what they were talking about. And then, from a storytelling perspective, you can actually do the reverse, where like you can take a thing that is like made up and try to say, what misunderstanding could these people have had that would make like a normal thing that we another one is like those crazy sun effects. Have you seen them? Gosh, what are they? There's some really weird, like, sun and sky phenomena where, like, you get these weird lines and shapes and stuff. And, like, you have civilizations experiencing things, like, maybe even, like, an eclipse, right? Where if you don't know what's happening, your stories for what was happening could be wild, right? Especially, like, with eclipses, when it starts to become eclipsed, like, the temperature can drop, because the temperature is dropping, the wind picks up, and it feels, it can feel eerie. It's like, it goes dark and things start moving, and it's like it's not just, we see it getting a little bit dark. It's like things change, right? Like, it feels different, and it's kind of wild. And yeah, so you could totally see, like, civilization. Anyway, so it's from like a storytelling perspective. It's really interesting. Now you will you now? Oh, I want to see a video of Mego. Yeah, I don't know what they're called. I'll have to maybe I'll try and find it. I don't know. I don't. Gosh, I don't think it was. It could have been by Veritasium because he does a lot of stuff like that, but I don't think it was his channel. Yeah, I don't know. Could have been Veritasium. It was one of those channels like Veritasium who does like science topics but tries to make them exciting. That are oftentimes people would think are unexciting. Also, I don't know quite what I'm painting right now. Maybe some boats up top floating. I'm not trying to be precious with my brushstrokes at all. I'm just scratching in shapes. Just to try to get, I think, of composition. Maybe something like that. I don't know how big I want this to be. Maybe there's some boats under here too. No, see, if I put boats down here, it's going to look like they're in water. And you don't want it to make sense. You know, I don't really want it to be at the level where the water would be. So let's try to change that. So I'm going to move this even down lower. And then try to put more boats up here. More boats higher, fewer boats. I mean, I guess we could do like... this or something. Maybe that's what we do. Yeah, we could do that. This one can go away. Talking about eclipses, never seen one. Well, probably never will in my country. There's some like eclipse tracker things, and depending on, you know, most countries have some, but I think it's much more rare that it's like a total eclipse. But a lot of places have partial eclipses, quite frequently. It's not that rare. But yeah, like a total eclipse from your current location is probably like, you know, 1 out of, what, 20 years or something? Your thumbnails remind me of Guild Wars 2 art. Oh, well, that is a compliment. Thank you, Toby Set Go. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is, I mean, these are just very blobby. But yeah, no, it's I like it. Guild Wars 2 has some neat art. Yeah, a lot of texture brushes, a lot of very loose shapes. Or maybe not loose shapes. Boats. Yeah, boats. Boats in the sky. Obviously, I'm just making them all dark right now, but that's just because I'm just trying to think compositionally. We can do stuff differently later. Flying boats. But yeah, and also the color is kind of neat. I like the blues that we have. The blues and purples. It's kind of fun. But yeah, I wanted to do some paintings today that we're looking up at them. So a lot of like undersides of things. You know, if I paint the underside of clouds, we'll see that, you know, as opposed to just, I mean, we always see the underside of clouds, but like, you know, a lot of the undersides of things, you know, if it's boats, it's the underside. It's not, you know, just a different perspective on stuff. Sandra Rose, so I'll never see a total solar eclipse in my country going by Google search. The last total solar eclipse it's seen in Estonia were in 1914 and 1990. The next will be in 2126. You only got like 100 years. You can make it. No, but yeah, so yeah, total solar eclipse is different, right? As I said, that those are much more rare, but like partial solar eclipses, are there any there? And, you know, there's no reason you can't travel. Although traveling just for an eclipse is pretty wild. I don't think I could ever afford that. But, you know, maybe someday a vacation will, you'll want to take a vacation and you can look up to see if there's something nearby. And maybe, like, within a week or two, you're like, oh, you know, if we postpone a week for a vacation, we can also go to the same place and see an eclipse. Like, sometimes stuff like that, you know, I don't know. I don't know if I would ever do that. But... you know, it can take some planning, but it's definitely a possibility. I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. Yeah, I saw one, we had one pretty recently where I am, and it was, I mean, a lot of the US did. But there was a certain points that were, actually, I think where I was, it wasn't even 100%. It was like 99%, but it was still pretty intense. I know some people traveled to get like perfectly total eclipse. I don't know quite what I'm doing with this thumbnail anymore. I don't really like it. That's okay. We'll just keep painting another one. I mean, looking up wouldn't be a good. This wouldn't be a painting where we're looking upward if we didn't have some tree branches above us. We gotta do the tree branches, you know? And I'm just using a dark purple here. The color doesn't matter. I'm just trying to make shapes. And then here, right, because these are underneath, I'm contouring it. So if this is like a circle, right? All we see is the underside of these circles. So we don't actually see the top side. It's above us. But what you can get is this could have an overlap at some point. There was a partial one in March this year, but I was stuck indoors at work at the time. Yeah. A lot of people don't also, like, I don't know. I mean, it's not like a life-changing event or anything. I only brought it up because I think some events like that are, if you don't understand any sort of like what's happening, it can feel sort of magical. And I don't know, I've always loved this as like almost I don't know if you call it a genre of storytelling, but they're sort of like the missing history type storytelling. I know Doctor Who does this a lot. Well, they'll take some like disappearance of some royal person in the, 1400s or something, and then they'll write a story around that, like, that 1 week time where this person went missing. What happened? Well, we don't know, but writers can come in and write some fantastical story of how they went away with Doctor Who on the TARDIS and experienced some crazy thing, only to then, or sometimes people are, I think another one, they like to use like Winston Churchill for some reason, and like they'll like, I don't exactly know enough of history around Winston Churchill, but apparently like they like to use him as like some of his insights were like, how did this person gain insights or have the wherewithal to make the choices he did or whatever. And like, sometimes we chalk it up to like genius or luck or whatever, but writers will come in and like add context and like, what if, and then they create a story that would give those insights but it's like, you know, a totally new thing. And I've always liked that stuff where you're basically rewriting history, but in a fantasy or science fiction sort of way. And it's like your fantastical story explains things that seemingly are unknown. And of course, you then have to do your research to make sure it's not totally garbage, because then you get bad stories like that movie called Lucy, where they're like, what if you used 100% of your brain? And it's like, that's not how the brain works. And then you'd have a seizure. But anyway, but like some of those things, like they're cool concepts if you do proper research around it and like ask fun questions and then try to answer them in a science fiction or fantasy way. But I like it when they do it with history or like events in history that are unknown at the time. Aurora, yeah, I've never seen the Aurora. I mean, I think I've seen hints of the Northern Lights, like little shimmers. It's very, very light or slight where I am. I'm not quite far enough north, I don't think. But it is something that I could experience. I'm pretty close. There have been points where it's come pretty far south, but I've never quite been there. Never quite seen it, at least not to my knowledge. But yeah, I've been thinking a lot about like storytelling devices lately, and like in little ways. And I guess like other ways that stories can be fun to come up with are, like I know a lot of people use like star signs and stuff, which I'm not into like in a believing it sort of way, but I think it's fun. Or like crystal things, and like if, you know, hypothetically, if each crystal gave you certain powers or did certain things, what if you had like different cities all based around a different crystal, and like what would those civilizations look like if the ones, you know, if this crystal gave you luck, then what would a very lucky city look like, you know, like one that's built on a giant crystal mine or something, you know, and like what would that look like? What would they do? How would they embrace that luck to their benefit? Maybe they'd be the gambling capital of the world, or maybe maybe it would be some other thing. Maybe they'd be doing like sketchy experiments, or you know, you'd have walkways without railings, because who needs railings? You're not gonna fall. No one's gonna trip. You're lucky, right? And like you could think of stuff like that, where like what would the architecture look like? Or and then maybe another one is like, oh, these people are very, I don't know, this one gives you intellect. Well, what does a civilization look like? You know, and I always thought that's just interesting, to like use these things as sort of starting points for ideas. That's just on me though, since I could just have traveled to Finland in the prime time for the Northern Lights. Yeah, that's how I am with the Northern Lights too. It's like I could go somewhere to see it, but I just haven't, and I don't care that much to see the Northern Lights. I'm sure it's cool. I don't know. I'd like to be in a position one day to be able to like go to see cool stuff that I haven't seen. Because like I have a hunch a lot of it would be even more amazing than I think it would be, and I'm just kind of convincing myself, it's probably not that cool. Like, because I don't think I'll ever actually be able to see it, and so, you know, I'm not gonna be like getting down on myself, and so I just convinced myself that like, it's not that great. Kind of, I think traveling was that, you know, like, oh, traveling's not that great. It's not that life-changing. And you know, some people, they don't care about it, and they've traveled and they've seen different things, and they have no effect on it. But to me, it's like, it's just cool to experience things that are so different than what you're normally used to. That alone makes it awesome. It doesn't even matter where I go, really. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think I'm enlightened or anything for having traveled a little bit, which I haven't even traveled much. I've only gone like 2 places outside of the US in my life. But I don't know. That's one of those things where like I would like to travel a lot more if I could, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to. So it's like part of me is like, it doesn't matter. I can use Google Maps. That's the same, right? And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so there's a scene from above. What if stuff's hanging down? Maybe purple vines. We'll do some purpley stuff hanging down. Maybe they're like party streamers. No, probably not party streamers, but trying to make some hanging down things just so that, you know, this still feels like we're not looking that far above. I feel like we should do... The last piece, the place I was in was Malta, and that was through a program from your time in vocational school. Oh, that's cool. I'd like to go to Malta. That seems really neat. I remember there was there's an art thing called Trojan Horse Was a Unicorn. I don't know if they still run it. I think they do. But one of the years it was in Malta, and I think they change location every year. But they used to have like an art contest on ArtStation, and if you would win it, then they would give you a ticket to fly down there and a place to stay. And it was just, you know, part of it was advertising for the event, but it was also like a chance for someone to get a chance to go there. And I think, let's see, did I enter that one year? I think maybe I entered it, or I was going to enter it, but that would have been cool. And I was like, ooh, that would be fun. That got me hyped, and I really wanted to go to that event because it would have been fun. But obviously I didn't win, and also I didn't go. But yeah. But no, Malta's beautiful. And I think it was because of that event that I was looking into it. Like, ooh, maybe I should go travel and take a vacation and go to this event. I never did, but it is a beautiful place. Do we need to win, really? No, you don't have to win to go to the event. It's just like a convention, basically. But if you wanted to go for free, you would have to win. It was like a promotional contest or a challenge on ArtStation to attend this convention. And it's like a design. Was it ever biased? I mean, I think all art contests. No, I don't think it was rigged. No, I don't think it was a rigged contest. But I mean, judging is always a little biased, right? Like, you know, I mean, I don't know how well they did it with, like, did they take off names and profile pictures before they judged them? I don't know. Maybe. Probably not. So I'm sure if they had a big name in the industry that they knew, they would be like, oh, you know, again, that's with anything, right? That's always one of the tough... I've actually been very critical about art contests in the past, about, like, just having... Because there was a time where has been reading a whole bunch of books around, like, noisy systems and bias systems. So, like, you know, whether it's judging, like, music contests, and how, like, even just seeing a person can make you biased towards what you're hearing. Or in an interview, right, there's lots of examples where seeing the person's name, if you have any sort of bias against, like, you know, race, gender, whatever, seeing their name can make someone feel less qualified. And there's lots of ways to remove that. But then there's also noise, which is not the same as bias. But that's just like, you know, maybe you're in a grumpy mood one day, and so everything, you know, and so when you're judging things from day to day, there's going to be ups and downs, right? You're never going to have a perfectly baseline judgment when you're trying to be, you know, for a subjective thing. You can try to give yourself, you know, metrics and criteria that you're going to follow, but even then, when push comes to shove, there's going to be noise because you're never going to be perfectly accurate. But there's still lots of ways to reduce the noise and best practices type things. And I really like that stuff of, like, how to judge things fairly, and by removing all bias as much as you can, removing as much noise as you can. That's always going to exist. I've had some gripes with extremely bad things, not bad things, extremely egregious cases of, like, the contest runners not only trying to not reduce noise and bias, but actively contributing to it. I think Clip Studio is probably the worst for this. They'll run these contests, and they say, one, you can use past work, which automatically favors people who've been just making art for a long time, because they could just pick their favorite work of a certain theme, so long as it matches the theme. But also they'll say, like, your social media following may influence our picks. I'm like, this is not a contest. This is just rigged. Like, you are just straight up saying that people's social media following will influence, because like they're using the likes on people's posts to determine which one is the best or something. Like, that is not how that should work. That is such a bad system. It drives me crazy, but some people do that, and yeah. Now I'm thinking of a scenario where you take 10. So the way you'd have to run that, Peter, is where, so you said now you're thinking of a scenario where you take 10 professional artists that draw out different styles and into a contest and see the results. So I think there's a few issues with that. First, you'd have to set extremely strict criteria, right? And you'd have to say, like, you know, you're gonna judge design, and then you'd have to have a breakdown of what that means. How functional is it, or how well does it do the thing that it needs to do, right? Maybe one would be like mood, maybe if the prompt was like spooky mansion adventures or something, like maybe, does it feel like the thing? And some of these, if you were to ask like 1,000 people, you could kind of gauge, like, what is the mood of this image? And if 99 people said spooky, you could be like, yep, that person gets that person gets high marks for nailing the vibe, right? And so there are ways to judge things pretty accurately, whether it's by polling but like, you'd have to set your criteria super strict. The problem with different styles, though, is that some styles are going to do different moods or things better, right? So this is where a really good artist is going to change how they're drawing based on what it is they're trying to draw. So if you try to like have them stick to different styles, that's just like, I don't know, tying weights around your feet or something, right? Like, and then trying to run a race. Like, that's not a good artist, in theory, would do the prompt in the way that they think is best going to win. And so style is kind of like, that's not really that relevant, because if something calls for something to be gritty and whatever, like, and you do a bubbly, cartoony style, you're not going to win, right? Like, you shouldn't win. And so you shouldn't judge those fairly, depending on what the criteria... I mean, again, maybe you can make an art contest where the criteria is loose enough, but again, if it's too loose, then you're going to have too much noise, right? You may not have bias, but you're going to have noise. Actually, you're going to have bias too. It's going to be just messy, right? It's going to be a really tricky thing to judge, I think, if you don't have strict criteria, because then it just comes down to, like, artist preference. So yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. I mean, art contests are not easy to run. A lot of them try to be very inclusive and like, all mediums welcome. It's like, come on. Really? Like, if someone does a clay sculpture and you're trying to judge it against a painting, like, what metrics are you using, right? How can you possibly be fair, right? One of the Grinding Gear Games, the game developer of Path of Exile that I really enjoy, they run like community art challenges constantly, and they like to give out like free microtransactions and character, cosmetics and stuff, for the winners. But they of course want to be very inclusive to their entire community. Well, the problem is that they basically have this unwritten rule, is that they're gonna try to pick a little bit from each category, but they don't tell you that. They just clearly want it to, like, they don't want to pick all the digital artists, because it turns out a lot of people do digital art, and so the overall quality is, this is like another common thing in content, right? If you have 1,000 to 1 people do digital art versus pottery, just based on pure statistics, the top 10 best people are going to be in the digital art category, right? Because you just have so many people. Some of them are going to have spent a long time working on their craft. And so, like, if you have, like, the one guy doing pottery, you're never going to win. Well, but if you want to be fair and have a little bit from each category, suddenly you're going to pick the traditional art type stuff. And you're going to pick, you're not going to pick too many digital artists, because that would be unfair, right? And so it's really tricky to be too broad, because then you want to, like, you don't want to seem biased, but, like, sometimes it's just the people who do a certain type of art have more experience, you know? And so it's really, it's not easy. I would go as far to saying allowing both concept and illustration in competition is really scuffed. It is. It totally. I mean, if you don't have good enough criteria of what you're going to judge the art by, again, if you should allow anything so long as it meets your criteria, but you should more or less ignore what the art is and just judge by the criteria, right? You should do what. So there's I think in grading like SATs and you know, big time tests, what they do is they remove the name, they have it hidden, so you don't know the gender, you don't know the ethnicity, you can't make any guesses, right? And then they grade all of question 1 in order, right? So you're not grading the whole test and then the whole rest of the test, right? Because sometimes the first couple questions can influence the rest of it. Like if the person, you know, knocks it out of the park in their first question, they have really nice handwriting, you can just start to assume that they're smart and they know what they're doing, and then you kind of give them a pass on the other things, right? But if and then the next person, if you see that question 1 they were incoherent, you start to think they're an idiot, and then you start judging all the rest of the questions by that same, like, this person must be stupid. And so you don't give them the same benefit of the doubt that maybe you gave another person, right? And so you'd want to do each criteria or each question one by one, right? No, and then you would go back and you do this for each of the judges. They each do this. That way you're not remembering who did, you know, like, and that's hard to do because, right? But you'd have to try to be as critical, is strict to the criteria, and there's no room, you know, remove all room for subjectivity, which again is tough in art, right? But it's possible to do it pretty well. I don't know, like it wouldn't make it fun, right? It would make judging it a chore. But I realize most art contests don't want to do this, but I think in general, the higher the stakes the art contest, the more strict they should be with how they judge. There are a lot, I mean, there's so many bad bias judging in art contest. I mean, I remember, not to throw shade at YouTubers or fellow content creators, but Cynics, he runs his, it might even be going on right now, or maybe it's over, but Chroma Core. Like, I never, back like 3 or 4 years ago when I was following a couple of the Chroma Cores, because it's supposed to be like the super hardcore challenge where people are literally doing an entire art prompt a day, and for sometimes like for over a month in a row. So you have people literally putting 10 hours a day for an entire month. And some of his judging felt so lackadaisical, like, kind of like this one more. It's like, what do you, come on, man. Like, if you're gonna be this strict and make people dedicate this much time, like, you've got to do better judging. Like, that just feels like a slap in the face to the people who are investing so much to, like, really, I mean, I get it. It was kind of for fun, but also it just was giving me a little bit mixed signals. I think he's made it a little better and he's kind of figured it out more, but that's always been a thing I've been pretty critical of is like how rigged are art contests? Because it's just so easy to, like, accidentally rig it. Like, you don't even have to be malicious. Yeah, this one kind of looks like Subnautica. Yeah, it's a little bit underwater vibe. But yeah, I actually really like sort of, I guess you could call it, is that what you call system design? Like, I mean, it's some version of that. I'm sure there's different types of systems you could design. But basically, yeah, like voting and you know, how you do a thing, you know, move people through an area without causing congestion, you know, things like even traffic and stuff, like, you want to make sure there aren't, like, random hiccups and stuff. I've always enjoyed that, where, like, you have to think through the logistics of things. How is it going to go? Trying to, you know, optimize for certain things and against other things. And I think things like being unbiased and making judgments is just such a fascinating topic. Whether it's, you know, like court cases, and you have to like put the I think court is one of my, like, I could rant about this, like the most frustrating examples of this, where like we have so much science knowing how people can be biased, and yet we still put the defendant or the person who's being accused in front of a bunch of people. And yes, they try to factor out bias and stuff, but like, does the person need to sit there? Does their name need to be known? I don't know about that, right? Like, I think there are ways to do it, like not blind, like you'd still have a jury, but all those sort of factors that aren't necessarily relevant. I don't know. It gets really, really messy, and then to the point where like, the number of people who like go into the courtroom in a wheelchair to look, to try and garner sympathy. Like that is why is this even a thing? Why this obviously, what is you call it, like talent shows on TV, right? And obviously it's TV, so it doesn't really qualify. But same thing. People get up there and tell their story, their sob story. It's like, how is this relevant to your talent? It's not, but it certainly works. And that stuff just bugs me a little bit. Like, I realize for TV it's different because, again, it's a TV show and you're trying to win people over that way, but it's not a talent show. MasterChef. Does MasterChef do that? I don't know. Probably, yeah. Where they tell their backstories and like try to win sympathy and like, oh, look how far you've come and overcome all these obstacles, and oh, you're, it just. I don't normally watch this person, but there's a streamer Atrioc who does he does like random like business things, and sometimes he'll do like reacting to Shark Tank, and just recently he did a react to a Shark Tank where like it was the most like he was like he made the comment like, this person has been genetically engineered, their life has been engineered to be the perfect Shark Tank contestant. They had like 3 different sympathy stories, they had like the looks, they had everything about them. It was like, this is how you win the sharks over. And it was so silly. Just like, none of it was about their product. And yet they were just like throwing money at the guy because he won their hearts over. I'm like, this is so stupid. Like, that kind of thing just bugs me. Anyway, how does this relate to art? Because art contests exist, I guess. But yeah, anyway. This stuff's fun for me to think about, but it's also kind of like gets me a little ragey. Yeah, but there's some really good books written by Daniel Kahneman on basically these topics. There's books about bias and books about the book Noise is the one that I'm thinking of, but Thinking Fast and Slow is another one. It's about like decision making and sort of your intuition versus your slowed down, careful thinking. A lot of topics on like behavioral economics and behavioral psychology of sort of like how people react and make choices and how those choices can be influenced. And I don't know, I've always enjoyed that stuff. Okay, what am I doing here? I don't know. I'm kind of just noodling. Noodling. Maybe there's some things hanging up. Yeah, we're trying to do a lot of low environments. So scenes looking down. Maybe this one we need some light in here. Not everything has to be grim and gloom. Ooh, maybe that's what we do. Maybe we get a bunch of light coming in from the top, and it's trickling down. And as it trickles down, it's lighting up various parts from up top. So we get like these rim lights, we get all these little lights up here, more and more stuff's being lit. And then down here, we get these big shadows with much less stuff being lit. But yeah, I would like to run an art contest sometime, but it would be tough because again, there's art so varied. Like I think that's one of the toughest things about art contests is that you want to be able to allow a lot of people to make lots of stuff, but also it might turn out that certain things are not going to do as well, not because you're biased, but because they simply aren't the optimal medium for the goals, right? And that's really tricky. And then, or you could exclude things, right? This would happen with like, because you don't want people to waste your time as as judging it. So like, I think saying, all forms of art as long as you make it, but no AI. Like, I think that's fair. But it is hard. Like, also like, if I don't have the knowledge to judge sculpture, how can I judge that? How can I even know if it beats the prompt if I don't know the first thing about, what's difficult, what's skillful? I don't know. And so it's so hard to remove all that bias when judging. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I mean, I do know ways, but it would require like, multiple judges with different expertises. And then you'd have to try to get like one of each so that if you had a couple that are ignorant in some areas, they're going to make up for it in others and vice versa. So that like everybody's ignorant in something, equally ignorant in something. Or you could give information about who the judges are, so you then let the people try to, part of the game would be to like make things that you think the judges will like, which is kind of also messed up, but technically a skill in and of itself. I don't know. It's tricky. I don't know how to do it totally. I'd have to think about it, but you'd have to design something. But it would, I think no matter what you did, there would always be cases where it feels like the rules are weird. And I think to the people entering it would be less fun when you have these weird arbitrary rules. And like, why are they doing that? So this is something looking upward. Also, this kind of looks like a teapot. Some teapot shapes. Or teacup shapes. Maybe some shapes along here. But yeah, what's everybody working on today? Is anybody doing any art? I realize I went a little ranty. Little rambly. But that's normal. Welcome to my stream. Okay, what if we put like white down here instead of... Vex says, I'm still working on that piece. You took a look at a few streams ago. Claire Obscure fan art. Nice. Yeah, I haven't played the game. I heard it was really good, and then I feel like people must have just like beat it and stopped playing it, which makes sense. That's how a lot of games work. Just once you beat them, you stop playing them. But I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it lately. But also that it was a super good game, which is nice. I know when it came out, a lot of people, there was a lot of buzz around, it being like a fairly low budget game, but it, not AAA, but still knocked out of the park. And it was sort of like it was funny to compare it to a lot of these other big games that have been failing on like major budgets and like, hey, look guys, you can do it. You just need to stop trying to, just let the art teams art, let them make the thing and use their design sensibilities and skills that they have built up over a career, and let them make choices on what is good and what's not, because clearly a bunch of people in suits throwing money at things don't know what they're, maybe those aren't the best people to make video games. And I thought it was a nice, I don't know, it seemed like a good example of that. Like, let the people who make games make games. And the people who've dedicated their life to understanding what makes a game good. And not having people come in with like metrics and stats and be like, we think you should just interrupt your entire process, throw it all out the window, and do what we say. Hello, Luna. How's it going? Sorry, I don't know why I like, yelled your name. Hello. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, Clair Obscura was made by a team of 33 people, and most of them had never made a game before. Nice. Yeah, but they were designers and artists who knew what they were doing and they were passionate, and like that's enough to having a process and sticking to it is what makes good art, right? Where like it's like the puzzle analogy, right? It doesn't really matter what you start with because each piece is going to connect to the last piece you put down. And by the time you're done, you're going to have this thing that fits super well together. And it kind of doesn't, like, that first piece didn't necessarily matter, but you can't just come in and say, I want a triangle right here, right? Maybe the triangle isn't going to fit right here, right? Like, so you have to, once you've started your process, you need to, like, make everything follow logically. And, like, you can't just come in and say, we think you should have red. Like, what? Or we think you should do this instead. Like, no. Maybe if you told us at the start, you could have given us your list of requirements and we could have met those goals. But, you know, trying to have some people tell you what to do after you've kind of started, like, that's just disrupting the process. Like, you need to let people make choices, build on each other. You know, it reminds me a bit like, well, just like with like a single image painting, right? It'd be like coming in here and saying, we want a character that's the focal point right here. It's like, well, that's not a good spot for the focal point. Well, our data shows that if you put a focal point there, it's going to do it. Well, maybe, but like not in this painting, you know? Like maybe if I designed the painting around a focal point here, we could have done it, but that's not going to work in this one, you know? Not unless I change things, and if I change things, then everything else needs to be started over. Like, now I'm disrupting the process, right? It's not, you can't just randomly throw things in. Anyway, that's my rant about changing the process. Chrissy Carson! There's a familiar face. Chrissy, how's it going? Chrissy Raid, Chrissy Raid, Chrissy Raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? I'm good, thanks. How are you, Jay Stiller? I am doing very well, Luna. My day is going well. I'm a little tired. By we, I mean me. I'm one person. I work today, so I'm a little tired, but I'm doing good. My day is nice. Hoping to paint some scenes looking upward a little bit. Chrissy Raid, how's it going, Chrissy? Ooh woo Raiders, Observer, hello again. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I'm trying to do some scenes where we're looking up at stuff because it's some, you know, I think viewing the world from below is a unique thing, and I haven't done a lot of paintings like that. I've been chipping away at your new starting soon screen. Oh, nice. Oh gosh, I still don't have a starting soon screen. You know what my starting soon screen is? This. That's it. It says setting up. And I start my stream with the last painting I made, and I write setting up, and then I go pour, and then in that 5 minutes I go pour my tea, and you know whatever I need to do, and then I sit down and then I start. I'm not actually setting up right now though. Titan, hello. But yeah, I thought about making a starting student screen or a setting up screen or whatever. I should do that one day. Hey Titan, how's it going? Whoa, how much has changed since I was here? How did you get a torso? I do have a torso. I have a face. I have a webcam. Anubov, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Chipping away at character design. Nice. Do you want to share? Does anybody want to share? I'd love to see, Chrissy Carson, what your starting Zoom screen looks like. I know it's a work in progress, so I won't, like, judge it too harshly. Hopefully I don't ever judge anyone's work too harshly. I just like to see what people are working on. Let's put some green in here. Get green and purple vibe. This could be, you know, we're looking up at things. So maybe these shapes are silhouetted in this way. Dark here. Something like that. I think it'd be fun to do this and then try to make the tops of this very, very bright. So we'd have, you know, some light coming down, you know, catching on some of these leaves, you know, some light poking its head down here, but mostly also maybe we have like some trees back here also. Massive trees, and these trees can have bits of light on it. Something like that. The giant world trees. That's something we haven't done in a long time, is like massive world trees. There was a while where I felt like every painting I was doing was a world tree. We had just like these gigantic monsters of trees. Chrissy, I see some art tax. Why don't you do a stream of starting soon ideas? 6 tiles and we pick it? Because I don't actually want a starting soon screen. I like being able to showcase the art that we made in the previous stream. So I like being able to show what I worked on last stream, just in case anybody was curious. Chrissy, this is amazing. Holy... What? How are you... How in the world... First of all, your rendering skills, insane. The stuff that is clearly rendered is in like that. The bed and the table and the floor and the lighting. Holy moly! Look at this, guys. This is amazing. Also, like the lighting, the ambient lighting pass on the characters. That is unbelievable. Like, this is super cool. I think I can finally finish rendering the ladies, the hardest and best part. I mean, so this one, the one on the left, looks like it's like a grayscale model, kind of, where like it has the ambient light, or it has like the occlusion in it, but it has none of the direct light, or like it's very just like it has some of those shadows to show form. But it looks so realistic. Like, it looks so... I don't know, it's so good. But yeah, look at, like, the bed, the folds, and the things. Also, just the pose is so good. Like, they look like they're... I don't know, like they have weight to them in that they're laying on the bed, the wrinkles of the bed. You know, even though we're looking straight down, there's still depth. It's so good. The muscles on the blue lady's leg is fantastic. The whole, all of them, all of their muscles and everything. I mean, even like the random books, like the perspective is so good. I've got to ask, did you, what was your process like for this? Did you start out with like a 3D model and or is this all just... Because this perspective is always really hard for me, so I'm very curious how you started it. Did you just start out with just like a sketch, and just like normal, or did you build it in 3D, or like what did that process look like? Because I feel like if I were to do something like this, building it in 3D is what I would do, because I don't know how I would do it otherwise, especially with the characters. Because if I didn't use like a model for them, or like reference, I mean, I guess you could just get 2 people to like, you know, lay down and you take a photo, but I don't understand how for the first time ever you were able to pop into Blender and build a very rudimentary... Okay, that makes sense, because I'm like, I don't know how else you would do this, because this looks amazing. And get the right screenshot. Yeah. Your summer goal was to start learning 3D modeling. Well, this looks great. I love it. I feel like their pose... Also, can I just say, like, I'm a big composition person. This is amazing.
this composition is so good. It's on a super cool diagonal, which you can get away with because, you know, you're looking downward, so you can rotate whatever, it doesn't matter. So putting it on a diagonal is just amazing. It's such a good, the composition's amazing. Hey, Silas A, how's it going? We're just looking at Chrissy Carson's art, and it's blowing me away with the composition. It's a work in progress still, but the rendering, everything. So good. I love it. Yeah, such a cozy scene. Going good. How are you? I'm doing well. A little tired, but ooh, it is a lovely piece. It's amazing. Okay, I'm gonna take it off the screen now because everyone's gonna think that I did that, and I'm nowhere near that good. So yeah, I'm just gonna put my stuff back on screen to give an accurate representation of the type of stuff that I make. But yeah, no, we are painting some scenes today where it's the opposite of Chrissy Carson's, not characters and environments, but also we're looking up at the scene. So a lot of low angled looking up, just random sketches, you know, things like this, the bottom of boats, maybe the Flying Dutchman, maybe these are like, you know, skulls on here. I don't know how you draw skulls and crossbones on the flags. But yeah, a lot of scenes looking upward at them, that kind of stuff. Just, this is my first sketch of like trying to figure out what I want to do. So that's kind of today's theme, is just playing around with drawing the underside of buildings or trees or whatever. Yeah, maybe this one has some spooky faces. Maybe it's you know, we like our orange lighting in here. Maybe we get some orange light. Yeah, it doesn't have to be spooky season thumbnails. That was more last stream, but these are kind of spooky. They're a little darker. Also, we could go orangey here. But anyway, maybe there's like a dock here. Maybe this is on the water. Something like that. I'm pumpkin spiced up. Nice. Not me demanding. That's... Yeah, was it you? Somebody on Twitter who replied to this thing is like, so long as pumpkin spice is in the stores, it's time for spooky season. And it's funny because I work in a grocery store part-time, and we had our Halloween stuff like over a month ago. Oh, it was you? Okay, I couldn't remember. But yeah. Oh, that wasn't... Yeah, somebody said that, yeah, they were like, so long as pumpkin spice is in season, it's Halloween. I'm like, you know, fair point. But yeah, that's basically how I judge the seasons now. Is pumpkin spice on the shelves? If yes, you can put up Halloween stuff. But yeah. It's, yeah, so we had our Halloween stuff, like, over a month ago. Like, that's just too early. Like, look, I'm all for celebrating early and stuff if you want, but like early August is just a little too early in my opinion for Halloween. These pumpkin spicers need to woman up and eat actual pumpkins. Okay, so pumpkin spice doesn't taste like pumpkin, right? I mean, I've had pumpkin spice and there's no pumpkin in it. It's just spices, right? Like, it's the pumpkins minus... There's the pumpkin spice. Why do they even call it pumpkin spice? Isn't it just like nutmeg and some other stuff? Like, why is it called pumpkin spice? That's a terrible name. I mean, it sounds nice. Yeah, and there's no pumpkins. And I think some non-Americans, I remember being in a voice call with some people, and one of them is a big pumpkin spice fan. And they, it kind of was a shock to learn that pumpkin spice is not based on pumpkins. It's the spices that go into a pumpkin pie. Exactly, Vexjester. That's the way to describe it. But I think when you hear it, you're like, oh, it's... Well, and it's orange. They color it orange, right? So you're like, oh, it must be pumpkin-y? I guess. If you've never had it, if you're like not, you know, in tune with American pumpkin spice culture. How would you know? So anyway, that's a thing. But yeah, Sil, it's good to see you. I feel like it's nice that you're around. I don't know. Good to see you again. It's been, I mean, I know you've been around a couple times in the last, just recently, but I feel like there was such a long period of time where you were, I don't know. I know you weren't actually missing in action, but it felt like you were just gone. I don't know. I just think the scheduling and stuff. But anyway, hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. So yeah, this is a cozy little scene. It's from Extinct Spicy Pumpkin. Ah yes, the Extinct Spicy Pumpkin. I don't think that's a thing. But who am I to say? I'm not a botanist. I don't know if extinct spicy... Maybe spicy pumpkins? You know what? Imagine if they genetically engineered pumpkins to taste like pumpkin spice. You bite into a pumpkin, and it just is like pumpkin pie flavor and spices all in one. Wouldn't that be amazing? I don't know if scientists are working on this, but that feels like the #1 issue of our times. Pumpkin spice. Pumpkins that taste like pumpkin spice. That should be a thing. I've just now decided. Okay, but anyway, this is a little scene. I think that has a nice vibe to it. It does both the spooky vibe a little bit, and what else does it do? And it fulfills the looking down. Also, speaking of pumpkins, these shapes kind of look like a pumpkin. So, like, they're sort of pumpkin houses, right? Am I wrong? Like, what if these were orange? That's basically a pumpkin. The little top. You said pumpkin. I know, I'm repeating myself. Pumpkin, pumpkin, pumpkin. Is it losing all meaning to you? You know how when you say a word too much, it starts sounding like gibberish? We did this scene. Oh, not this one. So the thumbnails from last stream, we also had a I'm not going to say the word, but a vegetable, the shape of that. An orange-shaped vegetable with a stem. But it also had the you know, this look, right? It looked like this kind of, and then it had like it was like a house built out of that orange-shaped tomato. Yeah, totally. The things you make jack-o'-lanterns out of. Okay, I'm just not gonna say the word. How do you say that, but with spice though? Like, I don't know how you say pumpkin spice without saying that word. Anyway, what about green? What about getting some light in here? Some light colors. Maybe the mood could be the upbeat, cheery, but also something. I don't know. That house with the orange windows does look like it's the eyes of a pumpkin. It does. Squash adjacent spice. Yeah, there we go. Tomato spice. It's not a tomato. They're vaguely shaped like a tomato, but they're not. They're not related in any way, are they? Pretty sure they aren't. Gourd spices? Yeah, that could work. Now I'm all self-conscious because you guys are calling me out for saying the word pumpkin so much. And I realize it's still only September. It's not even, like, late September. We've got, like, another month and a half before it... Yeah. Okay. But let's do one more sketch. Maybe vaguely spooky, but what about, okay, what about, like, more spoopy? Like happy spooky, you know? Like ghosties chilling, you know, just floating about, doing their thing, you know? Little ghosts. A new drinking game just dropped. Take a drink every time Joe says pumpkin. A sip of tea, of course. This is a family-friendly stream. I don't know. I feel like talking about drinking alcohol isn't exactly family friendly, but As someone who doesn't really like alcohol, tea. Tea's good. Juice. Take a sip of your juice boxes. Okay. Let's do, I don't know, some reds and greens. Classic shapes. Or colors. Reds and greens, classic shapes. This is, welcome to my stream where I have commentary like red and green, classic shapes. That's what you can expect on this stream if you're new here. Thanks for being here, by the way. Take a drink of your pumpkin spice coffee? Yeah, or that. Ooh, I just realized. Ooh, what did you just realize? What did you just realize? LMAO. Ah! Wait, 12 months? It's been a year! It's been a full year! Thank you so much! Silas, say thank you! That's extremely generous of you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Dang, a year. Subs. Yeah, it's also September, right? That's a thing. I don't know. I've never really been one to, like, even pay attention to that. But pretty sure subs are cheap. Cheaper-ish. In this economy, though? I don't know. Maybe. Obviously no one should feel obligated to sub. Do it if you want. I'm extremely grateful for it, of course. But only if you have the funds to do so. Don't break the bank. Okay, this painting already, just me making shapes, is not the same as our others. Well, actually, it could be. We could still... Let's bust out, like, a bright blue. And we'll make these very tall structures. So we are still looking up. So I'm adding contours to this. This is something I've been doing a lot lately. I mean, I've done it a lot. Just always. But sort of doing these contour lines over the top of your painting. And then you can sort of figure out the land formation of, like, what you're doing. So, like, maybe there's a little walkway here. Or actually here. That would be a good way to do it. Pathway there. Comes down that way. But yeah, that's... And actually, I like the blue here. It kind of is fun. I wonder, though, if we can't get some like, deeper reds to balance it out. Or maybe not. Maybe we want a deeper blue? I'm trying to think what I want to do for the shadows. A lot of times, deep blues work for shadows in outdoor scenes, because you get the skylight coming down, and that sky fills the shadows. But sometimes, you want to go deep red in, like, occluded areas where the skylight doesn't reach, or some warm color, maybe. Obviously you can do a combination. Maybe little rocks here. Maybe these rocks are catching some blue. This doesn't look very spooky yet, though. Maybe there's, like, finger trees. Our classic trees that look like fingers. I saw a really cool painting by one of my favorite artists, Andreas Roca, where he did, like, a tree, but the gesture was so, I want to say, like, intimidating. Like, the gesture of the tree looked like it was gonna come and, like, really get you. It was like this character, like, bending over and all the branches, and it very much looked like it was just gonna, grab somebody. But it still looked like a tree. It wasn't like a personified tree. It was just the gesture of it was so expressive. And that is a thing that I haven't done in these paintings. Like this monster tree from... Kinda, yeah, kinda. Or like the Whomping Willow from Harry Potter, right? Where you have these very expressive gestural trees, or like Ents from Lord of the Rings. you get the, you know, trees that walk and talk, and they have a bit of like, you know, although the Ents were more like, they had more like face expressions. Their motion didn't feel as you know, their gesture when they walked wasn't as exact. I mean, I guess it was. It was pretty. I don't know. The Ents, I guess, are very much that, but yeah, anything that has these like, well, Weeping Willow. So Weeping Willow, you play Silksong too? No, I haven't played Silksong. Skittle does. Weeping Willows are a real type of tree, by the way. And they're also in like not Snow White, a Pocahontas, Mother Willow. That's a willow tree. What other personified trees can I think of throughout like media in throughout the years? I don't know. I can only think of those few. So like Ent, the Whomping Willow from in Harry Potter. Weeping, you know, Mother Willow from Pocahontas. Which other ones? Did you guys say any more? Maybe. There's a couple. You just finished 100% of Silksong today, and I'm free from its grasps and able to be productive once again. Dang, 100% of it. Is that like a super hard achievement, or? I assume it is. Skylanders has tree creatures, loon and that. Oh, interesting. We'll put a little character here. This is totally how I draw characters. The rare character art for me. Making blobs, and then painting them dark as shadows, and then readjusting the blobs. Totally character. There we go. Look at that character. Okay, that looks awful. That doesn't look like a character. That's okay. We'll just put a blob. You suck at searching? Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot of like personified characters though, but or personified trees. But that's a thing that's always fun, right? You could do that with buildings as well. You know, maybe this tree is coming down and like, you know, maybe like shaking his hand or something. Like it looks like it's gonna, you know, or it's gonna eat him. You know, maybe there's a big shadow coming over, so these limbs are going up the shadows are going up the landscape in a way that's going to make it look like he's sort of right in their grasp. So you get the light poking through here. And then, of course, there's a lot of shape design to do in these light spots to make this stuff feel like fingers and tendrils. Something like that. So that's a thing, right? Now, and then let's see, what can we do? Maybe the rest of the trees look kind of normal. I know sometimes I don't like to do that. I like to make every tree kind of have like a similar shape design. But I think if we're doing like one tree that's going to be a little bit spooky or eerie, maybe, you know, kind of like that Whomping Willow from Harry Potter, right? At the start, I think it's very upright. It's like a very upright tree. But then as it starts swinging, it starts to like, you know, go around and move. And its form changes, right? Its entire gesture changes as it starts coming alive or starts moving. I think that's kind of the, like, I think that's a fun way to personify a thing where like the houses don't inherently look, you know, maybe you have houses and right, you want to personify them. They don't have to inherently look alive at the start, because then you just get into like a weird wonky like stylized version. But like maybe one of them starts changing in a way. I used to call it the Womp Womp Willow. I don't actually know what it's called. I think it's called the Whomping Willow, isn't it? Pretty sure it's the Whomping Willow. But anyway, you guys know what I mean. The big willow that womps people. Womp womp. This could also be greener. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, I was kind of guessing, but it was like a small part. The Whomper. The Whomper. I know Joe wants to draw only Sudowoodo. I don't know what that it means. I have no idea what that means, but maybe? Maybe you're right. You could be, given that I don't know what that means. The Whomper. The big Whomper. It's like the Whopper. Some of these naughty trees that kind of look like knuckles here. Fingers. He, she, Whomper. You will get it if you see Sudowoodo. I don't know what that is. I won't... I'll understand it when I understand it? Is that what you're saying? If you know, you know? Is that... I mean, I guess. I don't know, though. So now I'm just completely out of the loop. I'm very lost, but that's okay. That's just how I am on stream. I never know what's going on. I'm confused about 90% of the time. This doesn't feel like it's a mouth. You know, like, I want this to feel more... Let's move it. Go like this. I'm just gonna cup. It's a Pokemon. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Maybe I bring it up and then these down. And then I want to, like, exaggerate this, right? Kind of like a Grimer. Speaking of Pokemon. Joe is what we consider a off-the-grid. Isn't that... I don't... Wait. Is that like a what's the... Is the word a euphemism for, like, being not all there? Is that what you're trying to say? Is I'm a few crayons short of a crayon drawer? Or a few tools short of a tool shed or something? I don't know. One of those sayings. Something about eggs. Eggs and cartons and stuff. Yeah, probably. Probably one of those things. But you know. Maybe off the grid. Yeah, maybe a bit off the grid. If that's what we're going with. Something like that. Totally. Sounds reasonable to me. I guess I got cooked. Something. a bit burnt. I'm too cooked. Okay, gosh, I don't like this composition for this one. It started okay. It doesn't have that gesture that I want, you know, like leaning over. There, that's better. Maybe now it's one of my tips for environments, by the way. If you guys ever feel like something doesn't have enough depth, but you don't have enough overlapping shapes, add horizontal lines. Just adding some horizontal lines, just like literally like that, will just create the illusion of like things going backwards, right? So like each line is like this, just gonna push it back and back. Right? And obviously space them closer and closer towards the horizon, right? Because it's kind of creating that sense of depth. Instead of having lines go converging like that, which is super common, right? People would be like, oh, I want to make things look like they're converging. Well, that's one way, but also you can do it sideways and make these lines get closer and closer, and that does the same effect, right? And arguably it's going to be a better effect than this, because that works too, but So yeah, that's a thing you can do. Especially if you can pair it with something that already exists, like light coming through the tree branches, and suddenly you have these lines that you choose to make them horizontal, but also it makes sense with the shadows. So yeah, that's a thing. That's my quick tip for environments. Hot take. No, that's not a hot take. It's a pretty normal take. I don't know what I'm talking about. I find it cool that I'm taking a class being taught by someone who worked on a lot of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle backgrounds on Perspective. Oh, that's cool. Is it an online course or is it IRL? That's super cool. Yeah, I mean, anybody who's done, like, if it's background art for, like, animation, they're gonna certainly be good at perspective. Right? So if it's an animated thing, it's absolutely, I feel like that alone is gonna be like, yep, that person is probably pretty dang good at perspective. And if it's not animation, obviously, I mean, but yeah, even then they're gonna know. If you're doing concept art or something. He also worked on Velma. Oh, interesting. Each one has their own style. Well, style is not that important for perspective. I mean, if you're trying to learn like the fundamentals of perspective, I don't think it matters like what style your teacher paints in. And to be fair, perspective is, I don't want to say easy, but it's simple enough that like the fundamental concepts of perspective, you like, I don't know, I feel like I'm not saying they're easy, but they're not like, it's more like there's a lot of them, right? There's a lot of things to kind of juggle and keep in mind. It can get tricky. It can get tricky, and it can get tricky to implement, but to kind of wrap your head around and to the teaching of it, I feel like isn't that tricky. It's the applying of it. And I think oftentimes when you're teaching, you're telling the students to apply, and then you're correct, like, obviously you want a teacher who can do the thing, right? For sure. But it's sort of like you could lay out like step by step how to do a math problem, but it's still very tricky to apply all that to a new math problem, right? It could be very simple. You could have a simple problem that's still difficult to apply. And I think that's kind of how most of art is. Most art concepts aren't terribly hard to wrap your head around, but when you're trying to do them in your own painting, there's a lot to juggle. There's a lot of things happening. That's where they get really tricky, because they affect so many different things, and you change one thing and it affects another, and then you change that, it changes that, and everything you change is like reacting. It's like you move one thing and everything else moves. And it's hard to sort of, like for example, in perspective, you can lay out your perspective, but what if halfway through you realize that your story or something needs a different perspective? Well, gotta start over, or try to change your story to your perspective, and maybe in that process your perspective gets a little wonky, because you wanted something to look right in the composition that didn't really fit with your perspective. Like an example. Let me just stretch my canvas. Look, more canvas behind it. A good example is like sometimes you'll have a perspective. Let's say you're doing something where, your perspective looks kind of like this, right? Everything's kind of going here. But what if you wanted like, what if you had some sort of, maybe your primary focal point is over here or whatever. But let's say you wanted some secondary focal point over here, and you actually wanted to draw some lines going inward, right? Maybe some clouds, maybe something on the street pointing towards this character. Suddenly, that can create an illusion that there's like these weird conflicting perspective, because now you have weird converging lines, and like you have some lines converging over here, which makes sense, and then some lines converging over here, and it can kind of start changing that illusion. Even though everything might be accurate, you get the illusion that it's not. I don't know if I did that very well as an example, but sometimes like just because something's right doesn't mean it looks good, and so or if something you want it to look good, suddenly you're making it less right. And that's a tricky thing, right? It's like, when do you throw out the perspective? Or like, isn't there that famous painting where like one of the legs of the chairs is missing because it would have conflicted with the composition? Like, how do you know when to remove something, or add something? And perspective is tricky. I mean, Ghibli does it all the time with perspective, where they instead of having a room where, your eye line's here and these edges go to a common point, right? Instead of having a room like this, right? Ghibli will do something instead of allowing a room like this where you have all of the things pointing towards this point, right? What they'll do is they'll say that they actually will open it up sometimes, or a lot of animation does it, I think. They'll actually open up these walls to show you more of the room. Well, if this is a square room, this makes no sense now, right? Because these points suddenly go over here, and then these points are connecting over here. Like, that's not how a square room is going to work. But yet they'll do that so that you can see more of like a bookshelf on the wall, right? That way you get more room for it, rather than it being more like, sideways, right? Rather than being like this, they open it up so you can see more of it, right? And so if you want to show like what's in a room, this is a nice way to fudge perspective, to like open it up, right? It's like you're taking a box and you're just opening up the sides. You're showing more of the walls. And like, that's a choice. You can do that. And it can be really easy to sort of shoehorn yourself into like a thing, put yourself into a box and like, oh, I gotta do this and that. But then like, it's tricky when you're trying to juggle all these other things, right? And then if you break perspective too much, it can ruin the illusion, make it actually just look wrong. But if you do it tactfully, then, it's tricky. Like, again, the concept's pretty easy, but actually applying it becomes hard. Thanks for the hydrate, Skittle, by the way. Everybody take a sip. Drink your drink. Your pumpkin spice, or your soda, or your water, or your tea, or your coffee. I mean, same thing with values, right? People are like, oh, you need your values to be super clear. You need to be able to see everything. It's like, well, sometimes you don't want to be able to see something very well, or the contrast in your painting isn't done by values. Sometimes it's your hues are the only contrast, and maybe it's super subtle, but it's enough for what you want, and so not everything has to be super stark contrast of values, and like, sometimes that values, I think one of my favorite examples, I'll do it again. One of my favorite examples is like an assassin scene. If you're doing an illustration and you have, let's say, there's actually a magic card, I think, with this exact composition. But basically, you have an alleyway, a dark alleyway, and there's like an arch. There's a, like an overpass. Some walkways, or it's like a walkway kind of thing. You have some characters walking, down this pathway. More things here, more alleyway. And then off in the shadow, well, here, maybe I'll go like this. Off in the shadow, or off in the side, I should say, not in the shadow, there's like a ledge. There's like another alley, and you have this character standing here, often like in the screen, kind of like, ready to attack them. They have like a knife, here's a knife. That doesn't look like a character holding a knife. Where's their arm? Here's our character with the knife. And it's like, you can have a character, ignore my art skills right here, but like this can work. You don't need everything to be values. Someone might look at this, that character isn't very, it's hard to see him. Well, that's the point. That's literally the story, you know? And yeah, maybe you want to draw some attention, so maybe you make his knife, you know, shiny. And it's like, look, oh, there's a character holding a knife, and his knife is shiny, and like it's twinkling in the light, you know? But like that's a story, and that's a way to set up. And so like, yeah, not everything is gonna be super in focus, and sometimes, you know, the thing that you're gonna notice is this character, you know, and maybe they look like a king, they have a crown on their head, and it's like, oh, look, there's an assassination attempt happening. Yeah, change the mood. And it's like, you know, some people would say, well, hold on, I was taught that everything needs to be clear, so maybe I need to put, you know, maybe I need to take this character who's very well drawn and put a light behind him. Well, no, I mean, you could, but that's not as strong, right? That's not as strong of an image if you have a big light behind him. It's stronger if it's subtle, right? If it's barely noticeable. And maybe maybe you only notice it because this character is wearing a slight, you know, maybe he's a little bit, you know, warm, and the rest of the scene is a little bit cool. And so, you know, value-wise, they're almost the same, but you just use a punch of something, you know? Anyway, that's an example where, like, sometimes storytelling will override being, you know, having everything clear. So even one of your focal points can be a little hard to see, and that's okay. And it's sort of an exception to the rule, right? Because there's another thing that's more important. And so as long as you know what your priorities are, I don't know, that's how I think of it. All right, TED Talk number 5. We've got that done. All right, let's vote. Let's pick one of these paintings and work on it till the end of stream. Now that Titan's gone, just kidding. No, wait, Titan's not leaving, it's Vex. Sorry, now that Vex Jester's gone, we can vote. That was not planned that way. I was not trying to do that, but we can vote now. I'm obviously kidding. I mean, not about voting. We are gonna vote. I'm just picking on people. That's how to grow as a bro. Why? I'm just kidding. Tips on how to grow as a streamer. Single out your audience, the viewers, and make them feel embarrassed. No, don't do that. Don't call out lurkers. Don't do that. I'm only teasing. Okay, let's do this. I mean, I think we all know the Pumpkin House is going to win. Probably. It's possible. I just made myself a dark screen. I'm going to put up the straw poll. Bear with me while I make the straw poll for 6 options real quick. With a vote is the name. Not that that matters. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great commentary. I'm just counting. I'm so good at this thing. Okay, amazing. Okay, here we go. There is the straw poll. I've pinned it, or I will pin it to chat. It should be on both YouTube and Twitch. The VOD is being saved. That's why I stream on YouTube. I don't know if anyone actually views on YouTube. I don't think so. Maybe my mom. Hi, Mom. I think my mom views on YouTube sometimes. She's watched a couple of my streams. But I think that's like the only person. I think actually, speaking of Titan, you came in from YouTube. So that's not true. You are a YouTuber. Or YouTube viewer. But yeah, anyway, there we go. There is... there's the vote, the straw poll. I chose mom, says observer. Yes. There we go. I was a YouTube viewer. You were. Yeah, you were. You started as a YouTube viewer. We've got a couple. We've got a couple people from YouTube who've popped in. It's not very common because I don't really advertise it. I do basically the bare minimum on YouTube. It's just literally my Twitch stream. You know, I do read chat, but chat doesn't appear on screen, and it's a little bit more It's more just for the VODs. That's why I do it. But if you ever do care about like the process, or you can't see something, and maybe there's a painting one day that you really, really liked that I did, and you're like, oh, I wonder how he did that, right? Well, the VOD will be there. I moved to Twitch because your ads are lacking on Twitch, so I don't mind it. Yeah, I only have pre-rolls, so you shouldn't see any ads other than the right when you tune into stream, you will get some ads, but that's it. I don't like running ads. I know some people do it. It's just, I don't know. That's one of those things I'm never gonna be super comfy with. I don't think I'll ever find a way to make it great. You know, if I could just give everyone like a gift sub and then do away with ads, I don't know. Maybe someday that will be the solution, is like just do lots of gift subs and then run ads every 3 minutes or something. I don't know. Because pre-rolls are annoying, right? If you're a first-time viewer and you pop into stream, you're gonna be, the first thing you're gonna see is an ad. Like, what a way to make a first impression, you know? And I don't like that. That's annoying. But also, running ads sucks, so it's like, do I want to annoy the first-time viewer, which might affect growth, or do I want to be more obnoxious in the long run to the people who are actually here all the time? Like, I think I'm gonna take the annoy the first-time viewer. Like, you know, maybe not as great for growth, but it's certainly better for the average user's experience in the long run. So that's my thought process, but everybody does it differently. I don't think there's a right or wrong way. Completely personal preference. Now, with that said, there are ways to run your stream where, like, you do things like you take a breaks, or you put up little games during ads, and, like, you know, if you have the right environment and you kind of craft it well enough. Also, by the way, we are still voting. If you'd like to vote, you can select, you can click the straw poll at the top. You can vote for one of these. I will work on whichever one wins the vote till the end of stream. So, like, if you like number 3 or 2 or 6 or something, then you can vote for those, like I'm going to. They're all kind of darker. I think I'm going to turn one of them into a Halloween painting. Maybe a print. Probably not a print, but maybe. Number 6 is winning. 11 people have voted. Thank you guys for the votes. It looks like number 6 is pretty much the winner. We got a few seconds left. Or about a minute left, I should say. Engagement better than the numbers, folks. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather just... I mean, I kind of am a hypocrite here, because I actually do want, like, a good... Like, I obviously want, you know, people to show up, and... But I'm not, like, super hardcore about, like, the metrics, and, you know, I do want, obviously, good quality of, like... But even that, like, I'm not, like, you know, I haven't delved in deep to the audio and the video quality, and, you know, my PC is a pretty low-end PC, and my webcam kind of, like, it's not the best experience ever, but that's fine. I don't think it matters. The pumpkin spice painting, yeah, number 6 is the pumpkin spice painting, exactly. So in some sense, I want to do the best I can do with what I have, but I'm outside of that. I'm not, like, actively pushing. I know some people are super hardcore about that. It's like that sort of grind set. Some people apply it to, like, art, where, you know, you gotta paint every day and always do new stuff and be hardcore. It's like, I don't know, not really. That's not how I do it. I'm trying to have fun, try and, you know, treat it like a hobby that I'm serious about on a schedule. So I treat it like a hobby on a schedule where I still do it all the time. I paint a lot, but it's first and foremost, I need to enjoy it. I need to be able to have fun, enjoy the actual making of art, enjoy the talking about it, enjoy the community. You know, this get super good is secondary. Okay, so this is the one that's won the vote. Let's save. Let's bring back my face. There I am. Save that to a new file. We're gonna save that again. Oh my gosh, I forgot the time lapse. Or did I? I think I did. That's okay, we can start here. I've been trying to record the time lapse again. I've been stopping doing it. Let's see. Edit time lapse file. I did forget. Nah, whatever. This one. Nah, we can do time lapse on this. Actually, no. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Sorry, you guys can't actually see what I'm doing. I'll share my full screen. So what I'm doing is I'm okay. So first thing that I'm gonna do is just merge my whole painting, so it's all in one layer now. Then I'm going to just make. Oops. Then I'm gonna make this larger. Not like that, like this. And then I'm going to cut this. And just stretch it and make it nice and large, so that if I wanted to make it a print at some point or something, if that ever happens, at least it's a slightly large enough resolution that I could turn it into, you know, like some sort of smallish print. Nothing massive. It's only 3,700 pixels wide and 2,000 pixels tall, so pretty much 4K. But yeah, and then I'm just gonna paint. So this stuff might be a little pixelated if you were to zoom in because I just stretched it, but because this is only the sketch, everything else is gonna be, you know, refined. And now everything is higher fidelity. Fidelity? Is that the word? Fidelity. I don't think I'm saying that word right. You blame pumpkin spice? I mean, it's a little pumpkin-y looking. We might, maybe we'll shape them into pumpkin shapes. Let's try it. What if these things are like, not actually pumpkins, but they're like a stack of pumpkins. So they have like these nobules, blob, like these nodes that are kind of built on top of each other. Some of them are bigger, some of them are asymmetrical. You know, this one's here. This is a stem coming out. I don't know, I kind of don't like that, but it's not bad. Okay, let's talk about this. References, right? Up to this point, I haven't used references, but references are amazing. And so now that we know, I'm going to turn this into those, like, you know, a pumpkin shape or something. So what better way? That's not my art. That's Chrissy Carson's art. I put that on screen again on accident. Let's just Google deformed pumpkin. There's something about this sort of blobby, knobby pumpkins with little shapes and things on them that are interesting to me. And that's kind of what I want this to look like. So we can take pumpkin shapes, but we can make this like tangled, gnarled tree look out of it. Bear with me one second. You might see a dark screen here. I minimized my canvas screen. Okay, so here's pure ref. This is how I start with my references. I literally just Google words that I think kind of I could use. So like in this case, deformed pumpkin. I don't know quite what's going on there, but these like layered things are kind of neat. You know, here's some pumpkins that have these knobby bits, right? Kind of weird shapes, but still vaguely pumpkin. And maybe we just do like just pumpkin patch. Maybe we just find some different pumpkins that are interesting, right? Like, I personally don't think, you know, like these I don't know what that is, but these pumpkins, not all of them are awesome, right? Some pumpkins are just kind of basic looking. I like the weird ones, like these. I don't know if you guys can see that. Like this pumpkin right here, that's a cool shape, right? It's a lot flatter. You know, it's kind of what this could be, right? It's a lot flatter. It has these knobs. It's a lot more bumpy, and it's uneven. And so if we wanted to put something on top of it, right, it's not just going to be this pristine shape. It sort of has droopy bits, and I don't know. I think that's cool. So that's kind of how I like to use references. And sometimes you see things like, for example, this stem. Well, what if these were the stem? So we can have these tree branches. They don't have to be coming from the top of the pumpkin necessarily, right? We can just give the texture. I mean, I don't know if I actually like that or not, but right, we can if we ever get into detailing this, right, we can make these have these textures of these branch. Now we know that the texture of the branches, right? And maybe some of these shapes back here are gonna have some of these twisty vines that kind of look like giant pumpkin things, you know, giant pumpkin stems. So like that's kind of how I'm thinking about references. Like, okay, I already know that I have these you know, tree trunks, but again, I hadn't considered making them have this this strand. And actually, these strands are neat because you can show like turning. So like, you know, these can have a twist to them, which is kind of a neat way to, you know, introduce some dynamism to your painting. You know, you show these twisting contours, kind of. You're basically contouring it, except kind of the other way, right? And you're showing these twists in it, and that's interesting. That's something that maybe you wouldn't have done otherwise if you didn't think about making these pumpkins, you know, twisty pumpkin patches. So that's something that I think is neat. It's a way to, you know, basically be inspired by your reference, but without copying it, right? Because I did the sketch first. And I don't know, that to me is just such a, that feels like what referencing is. Like, kind of like with writing, right? I feel like you should write the story you want to write on like your first draft where you just dump everything on the page. And again, I'm not a writer, so don't take my advice for writing. But then like second draft, every time you wrote about something, go research it, go learn about it. And then if you need, you can change what you wrote or rewrite it based on what your research found. But that way you're not starting with like, you know, it's not like you're starting with Wikipedia, reading something and like, I'm going to write that. No, you're writing what you wanted to write, but you're, as you learn, you're like, oh, okay, I can make my story more accurate by doing this, or I learned this thing, right? And of course, alongside that, you try to keep a curious mind, and if you learn something cool, you try to remember it, even if it's not relevant right now, because maybe in the future it will be. And that's what your visual library is, right? And so over time, you build up with all these cool things in your head, and you're like, okay, now when I just sit down and start painting, I can go a lot further, and it's a lot more interesting right off the bat. And like, here's another spot I'm doing this in. Like, what if this is like a little knobby part that sticks off of this pumpkin? And then one over here. And maybe this one's drooping down. I'm gonna hop off and play Silksong. Good luck. Have fun with Silksong. Thanks for popping in. I always appreciate it, Titan. Thanks for being here. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Okay, and then of course up here we can maybe get some light coming down. Let's see, what else? I'm a little bit on the fence here with this little arch thing. One of the reasons I don't really like it is because, well, I think the reason I don't like it, and if I try to walk through my thoughts, is because these things are what I call goalposty. And it's not a big deal that there's two things framing the scene, but it's more that they're in the same depth, right? They're both in the midground. They're both the same height, right? It's not like one is small and one is big, and one is close and one is far, right? That's better, I think. So now I'm wondering if I can't, just with some perspective tricks, push one of these to be bigger and closer, right? And basically move it forward in the foreground. Because the way that it is now, they kind of are just like, compositionally, that's kind of boring, right? Like, but if I could make one here and one here, and that's where this thing's kind of confusing, is like, I don't really know. Maybe I make it go off the page so that I can push this one forward. Right, so it's kind of it's a compositional issue, and I think it's tricky because you can be sort of, you can start to like your design, but then the composition sucks, and it's like, well, do I change it? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. So yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a new layer, and I'm just gonna start doodling on top of it, just straight on top, trying to reintroduce some gesture, some lines, you know, trying to keep this one in the focal point as the main focus. I can show some of the stacked pumpkin looks here. Maybe I do more over here to keep the scale the same. Kind of like a mass of pumpkin growth. Again, doesn't have to be pumpkin, but since we're kind of going in that route, it'd be kind of fun. Also, I'm not sure about that. Kind of, again, vaguely pumpkin patch looks. I don't know. Maybe that's a weird. Okay. Yeah, I do kind of like that, though. Okay, let's try something else. Since we're still kind of in thumbnail stage. What if... What if they didn't connect there? So what if instead... This is the main structure. Also, we can get rid of these bright parts. We can bring those back in a moment. What if it's something like this, where like we have... like a maybe like a pumpkin on its side. I'm trying to think of a way where we can get some more... That's kind of fun. Where we can get some gesture in here, you know? Like, I'm trying to bring in, you know, these shapes. Pumpkin on its side. Again, it doesn't have to be a pumpkin, but I'm kind of going down that route. Maybe this also? Oh, I have an idea. This background part could be a little bit lower. So if I merge these, oops, if I merge these together, what if we do something like this? Oops. Where we get more of this shape. And also that should make everything feel a little taller, because we're pushing everything towards the horizon down below. Giant pumpkin patch in the back. Because I still wanted those like bumpy shapes, you know, with those circles, but I think if I put them too high up in the sky, it's gonna make it feel like these foreground ones are smaller. So bringing everything down towards the horizon, I think would be a good way to do it. I think that's pretty much what this painting needed. And now, see these lines in the foreground? This is another composition thing. I can make these, I can use them strategically, like guide our eye. You know, maybe some zigzags back and forth. Kind of, you know, just some interesting shapes in here. I don't know. I think that's interesting. I guess interesting is very subjective, but I think just having lines kind of guide in, and maybe these are a little too in your face. We don't have to have it quite like that. I don't want to lose out on this dock thing. I actually like that dock idea that we had. So actually, I'm going to go like this. We're going to go a little bit... I don't know if this is going to work. But I'm trying to go a little bit more gray to like get that brownish color in. Something like that. Maybe we get some little, some character in here in these shapes. Like pumpkin stem tops, you know? Like, you know how they have those little, like this shape, right? So you get these little, basically the stem shape, you know? You have the stem, and they kind of lean over. I'm kind of trying to add some of those shapes in here. You know, I kind of tried them a little bit over here too. Get like that, right? Just these little little upside down boot shapes, kind of. I don't know if that's gonna look good here, but that's something. And then maybe over here again we can maybe some of these archways, maybe it arches up actually, and that would be nice because that's gonna let us show underneath the water, so we'll get this nice like reflection. So I'm just going to do some horizontal lines, very, very narrow. Put some water under the bridge. It's all water under the bridge. And that way, hopefully, and then these vines down here could be either more bridges. Actually, is this bridge going to be a vine? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's a real bridge. But this could be a vine back here, right? Those are vines. These are going to have some of those pumpkin shapes, I think. Now I want to go back. So now that we've got sort of the foreground, the layout done. Not done, but you know what I mean. Maybe you don't know what I mean. But now that we've got that done, I want to play around with the blobbiness, right? Going back to our deformed pumpkins. Sort of... Maybe these are too deformed. I don't think this one's nice. And I like the idea of being able to add small shapes, you know, like on the side of this pumpkin, you know, little, you know, instead of having a flat surface here, what if I made a little bump, you know, and a bump up here? Right? So I'm basically adding these areas where, you know, I can eventually shade them or do different things to them and really make some of these shapes more shapely, you know? Same thing here. Maybe some of these have some bumps sticking out. And sort of all of the shapes here are going to have these little bumps. And then also have that texture of like these gourds or whatever of you know, different. And outside of that, I think that's pretty much the only shape stuff, the pumpkin themed stuff that I'm doing. I think, you know, I'm putting, you know, all the rest of the stuff is going to be pretty much just like overgrown. I don't think I'm going to go in hard on the pumpkin stuff. This one actually can probably be rounded. I don't know. I'm still not super set on, like, this right here. This part in the red or orange. Because it kind of leads here, but you can't really tell that it goes over. If I were to go straight down the middle, I think that would be bad. If I were going to go, like, this way, that's also bad. I think this could work. But to do that, I would want to add maybe some, like, contrast around here, around the bridge. And then also maybe, like, these parts. Could be, like, in light somehow. So I don't really have any lighting in this, by the way. Not yet. So, like, what if, you know, something like this, where we get some light in here to just kind of make it so they stand out. And then we can put some light back here. Right, so that way you can kind of see those. Kind of guiding the eye. And then maybe so now I'm thinking, let's do a gesture sketch, right? Also, thank you for the follow. Maybe now we do, like, a gesture sketch and kind of try to figure out, like, where do we want the eye to go? Like, something like that, you know? Kind of curving around the painting. Maybe it can take little stops up here, you know, and, like, in little... Am I on the right layer? Yeah. You know, little stops up there and maybe some back here. So we're kind of making this, like, this thing. You know, maybe there's some light catching on there, you know, to kind of guide our eye. And maybe in each stop, there's, like, little things to look at. I don't know. That's kind of where my head's at with this. That way we're basically guiding the eye, but not in you know, not in an outright line. I don't know. I'm still not totally sold on this part back there either. Okay. I'm also curious, this might be stupid, but I'm just gonna do, like, an overlay and grab an orange. I don't know if we actually want this to be orange pumpkin color. I think we don't. But maybe that's where the light is. You know, maybe the light is orange. And so we have this orange light coming in. And kind of... catching the light in those spots. And of course we can bump up the vibrancy. But I think right around the orange, you know how there's that light fall off oftentimes when you... like, you know, on the building or whatever, like at the edge of that shadow where you have a band of bright orange or red. I feel like that's kind of what we can do here with, like, bright orange. Maybe not super bright orange. And so we can still have, like, our actual light, you know, up here or whatever. But this orange around it could be our light fall off. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure if that's the way I want to do it. But now let's work on some of the design here. Figure out maybe, like, is this a building or these little homes? Because obviously this place is a place, right? It looks like a dwelling of some sort. I probably should have figured that out before. This almost looks like a face. But what if we just... this could be darker. I don't want to make everything too dark, but sometimes you can make it darker before you make it lighter again. I don't know. That could work. Adding some of that green back there. Maybe some more... Also, if this is going to be a sideways pumpkin, maybe we should make... Ooh, I know. So sideways pumpkins have these lines, right? These lines that go around them. Well, what better lines than the support structures for a house? Like for a building, right? So I was trying to think, how do I make this a building? Well, if they're already there, right? These lines are literally the architectural, like, framework for this house. So that's kind of a way we could do it. potentially. Kind of just painting on here. And so they can kind of follow these curves, maybe. I don't know. Is that gonna look weird? It kind of looks weird. I'm not sure. Thank you so much for the sub. To Freeman, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's very generous of you. I appreciate you a lot. Thanks for being here. All right. So yeah, I think maybe having the lines that kind of contour this in a way. No worries, love your work. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to talk through it and talk through my thoughts and because this is actually fun for me. This is very much in like the, you know, there's a lot of it's a nice mix of like design and just painting what I want to paint. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm glad you're liking it. I enjoy doing it on stream. It's fun. The community is great. There's a lot of awesome people. It's very inspiring to you know. Yeah, no, Twitch is great. Your talk on goal posting was very... Yeah, so I don't know if that's like a real term. I think I heard... So I have a funny story about this. So the goal posting thing, or goal posty compositions, I swear I heard the artist Illustrator talk about it. He's great. He used to stream on Twitch. He doesn't anymore, I don't think. I haven't seen it. I think he is taking a break. But anyway, I swear I heard him say it. But I brought it up to him one day, and he's like, nope, that wasn't me. So I don't know where it came from. I don't think I came up with it, so I don't know where I got it from. But anyway, I'm pretty sure it was him. I think he's just memory loss, or I don't know. But anyway, no, it's kind of like, to me, it's like here, let me open up a file here so that I can paint on top of it. To me, it's not so much of like an actual art concept or a principle. It's more like a pattern that I've noticed when you don't do a lot of the common art things. So like I think ideally, right, you'd have, you know, a big object, a medium object, like, you know, over here, and then a small object, you know, here, right? And so each of these objects, one might be far, medium, you know, close. They're at different distances, right? And they kind of make these, like, you know, ping pongs around, right? You go from up close to far away, and then you come back to the medium shape, right? It's not everything is in a perfect line, right? That's kind of boring. But also, so is this, right? Having 3 objects the same size, that's pretty boring too. And I feel like goal posting is just like when all of your elements in the foreground are both in the foreground. Like, move one of them back, right? You can have an object in the foreground, but don't, like the Bob Ross tree, right? You can put the big, brave Bob Ross tree, but don't also put another one on the other side. If you want to balance out, put them in the back. You know, put these trees back here. That way, it doesn't feel like it's a goalpost. It still is, right? You're still framing your subject with these 2 lines, but it doesn't feel like it because you're kind of making a path, right? You're making like a triangular path, kind of. And it doesn't feel like you're just making these frames. And so it's not a real thing. It's just, it feels like a lazy way to frame. It's like a nice reminder to like, oh, go into the painting, you know? Go from the foreground to the background and back to the midground, or go from the foreground to the midground to the background. Like, do it in a way that it bounces you around, right? Don't just go left to right. Don't just go front to back. Go front to diagonal, and, you know, you're just using some of those more dynamic things. Anyway, that's just a thing. It's easy to do that goal posting thing, though, right? Like sticking big objects on the side and then another one on the side, right? I mean, I think to some degree it's fine, but I try to, you know, if I'm going to have one go in the foreground, I'll try to have the other one a little bit behind it. That way it's not so in your face. I don't know. And I don't think it's bad to do that goal posty thing. I just think it's one of those things where, like, I think it's more interesting if you don't do it. I don't know. That's my take. I'm sure there's a million examples where you can do it and it's great, but I find it's more of like a bad habit for me where I just end up doing it because I'm not thinking, and then it's like, oh gosh, I did it again, and that wasn't my intent. If I had thought about it, I wouldn't have done it. But like in this side, in this painting, I think I've kind of remedied that a little bit by pushing more focus maybe over here, or I start out the focus over here and then it goes over here. So like, I think you can get around sort of having things that are equal sizes and equal heights and, you know, equal weights by basically drawing weight. You know, you add weight to the scene by adding contrast in other areas that, like, I don't know, because like ultimately the shapes are not the only thing that are important, right? It's also the lighting contrast, the color contrast, the all the other types of contrast, right? Those can push and pull your visual attention too. Like, so I sometimes it's I think that's one of the reasons why I don't like working in lines, is because like if I just have my lines, it's very tempting for me to always stick my characters on the focal point. But like if you put a character, or sorry, always put your characters like on a third or something. But like if you have a lighting scenario that pushes a shadow or something off the page, like you can start dragging attention off of the character, right? So like just with lighting, maybe the character is mostly in shadow, and then you have the contrast over here. Like, doesn't matter where your character is if your focal point through contrast is over here. And so like sometimes you want to balance that out and like, okay, what if I did that? Now my character's in the center, but my focal point is still off to the side, right? So it's like, that's kind of, to me, it's like there are solutions around the goalposty thing beyond just like putting them there. Like you can get around it. I don't know. Compositions, I feel like it can be kind of messy. It can be a bit messy. Anyway, no, I think this will work. I think having these pumpkin shapes up top. Maybe this one's more of a gourd. Maybe it has the little... Don't some gourds have like the loop-de-loop thing? I don't know. But yeah, I think as long as this shape over here has less like visual significance, I think we're gonna be okay. So like this one can be more stem. Maybe something like that. You know, there's still some focal point there and stuff going and happening. But actually that just added more contrast. I don't know if I wanted that. I think that's good. Now over here, I wonder if there's another way to like add another pumpkin or something with its own stem. Are you making sci-fi scene? Nope, nope, not sci-fi. This is a pumpkin-shaped inspired fantasy landscape. It's no, not sci-fi. These are just like giant, I don't know, shapes. Giant shapes that people live in. No, I guess fantasy. Think of like, what's the one where the lady loses her shoe? Cinderella, where the pumpkin turns into a carriage. Think that, but like, what if they were all houses, pumpkin houses, and like you have these giant masses of pumpkins, big clusters. Yeah, the shiny ground looks a little sci-fi. It's supposed to be water, but we can tone it down if we need. And now I haven't really given that much attention. I'm more trying to get the house thing to work. So yeah, right now I'm trying to work on this shape. Oops. Something like that. I don't know. I do want it to feel like it has those pumpkin grooves. And I haven't decided if I want them to feel orange yet. But I do think these circular indentations are going to be important. These sort of like, these growths. I think it's kind of fun. You can put some small ones on it. Little warty pumpkins. But yeah, how are you, Joe the Wizardy? Hope you're doing well. Also, did music get really loud for anyone? I tried toning it down, but it's still very loud for me. But yeah, the shiny ground can do it. Really bright lights can be tricky for yeah, that quick read. But I think this will work. What if we do some pumpkin shapes here? Maybe some of these are a little bit oranger. I don't need it to like overtly scream pumpkin. Like, it doesn't have to actually look like a pumpkin. I just want the shapes to be weird and maybe a little alien. And, you know, that's just my inspiration. And what else? So yeah, these are little tiny pumpkins. Maybe we could get some more references of like gourds and stuff, and just like all types of pumpkin shapes. Yeah, I probably didn't do enough, you know, reference gathering. Just a little bit of a pumpkin here. Maybe this one has a... Do we want a little stem going up? I don't know if we need them all to be anatomically correct pumpkins. Nah, we can do it. We can, there's no reason we can't. So yeah, there's a pumpkin in the foreground. Some nice lighting and shadow would be really cool to like cast a light over a pumpkin. I have this I don't know if you want to call it an obsession, but it's kind of my own philosophy in painting. And it's not, again, it's kind of like the goalpost thing of like, don't do this. It's not a real don't do this. It's more like it's a preference. So when I'm lighting things, when I have different materials, one of my requirements for myself, I'm using requirements loosely, is to light every material in both light and shadow. So like, don't just put this... So I have this tendency, I've had it for a long time, a tendency that whenever I do a painting, I will just, you know, basically make everything in shadow, do like a lot of ambient, almost like a foggy forest, where everything is just silhouettes, right? You have mountains or trees in the background, and then you have some in the foreground. And like, if I'm gonna put a person, my person's just standing here in the shadow, and he's, you know, unlit, and then I have something else here, whatever, you know, rocks or something. My issue is that sometimes when you want to show materials, the best way to do it, like, assuming I'm not literally painting a foggy scene or a foggy forest, if I actually have lighting, let's say I put lighting in the middle here. So these are going to be in light. Let's take a bright color. Okay, so let's say this is our scene, right? We have these rocks. We have some light back here. Maybe we even have some light way back here, just off in the distance. So one of the problems with doing this is that everything is still... All of these rocks are still in shadow, right? All of these trees are still in shadow. I don't have... Even though I have lit my scene, I haven't actually put light on the things, and so it doesn't show the material. And so one of my rules is, like, if I'm going to have a tree, somewhere in the scene, I need to make sure, if I'm going to have direct light, that there is some tree in direct light. I might do another tree back here in full light, but somewhere I need to show that this material, and it's harder, right? It's harder to paint material in both light and shadow. Same thing in this rock. One of these rocks is going to need to be in light and shadow, because it helps show material. This is same true with like clothing and characters. You know, if I have a character in a red shirt and they're in shadow, well, I need part of that. The reason I want part of it in light and part of it in shadow is that so that way it can show you the lighting, right? It can show you how bright it is in the light, how shiny it is. You know, if it's like a satin shirt, it might look like that, right? This is obviously a rock, but you get my point. Like a shiny shirt is going to have different lighting than a dark shirt, right? And that's only shown if you actually can shine a light on it. Or then like a matte shirt or something, right? And same with a rock. That lighting is going to show you, it's going to give you valuable info of like, what is the material of that rock. And so that, anyway, that's like one of my sort of rules. It's not a strict rule, but it's sort of a, you know, if I'm going to have like a leaf and wood and different things, I want light shining on parts, you know? I think it just makes it more interesting. So like I did a little bit of that here with like this wood plankway or walkway. But I also want to do it with the pumpkin, you know, show what is the color of this, what is the light. You know, if there's leaves in here, just putting silhouettes of leaves is fine, but like maybe some of the leaves are catching some light, and I show that nice, you know, that nice glowing green, you know, like that might look really neat up here, or wherever the light would be. And I'm sure there are exceptions where like I'm not going to put these leaves in the light. You know, obviously I can have leaves in shadow. Not every leaf has to be in light, but like just somewhere, you know, maybe it's just hints of it back here, you know, to show that some of these leaves are catching light. But if I just, and the reason I think I was avoiding it for a long time is because it's harder, right? It's harder to like have to light and figure out what the light's doing for certain things. So yeah. That's one of my little rules because it's yeah, it's both more challenging but also makes it more interesting, I think. Crazy Cars, let's see. Joe the Wizard said that's a good rule. It lets the viewer have enough information to inform what the silhouette around them are, around them image. Yeah. I mean, it's information, but it's also just like, because my natural inclination is to not do that. I also know that a lot of other people's is, because it's hard, right? It's hard to show. Lighting is hard, right? It's hard to do like a lot of direct lighting on lots of different materials, because then you're juggling like different values, different contrasts, different amounts of shine, right? Everything is, it's like this big juggling act, you know, especially if you have like metal and wood and leather and different things. Like suddenly you have, your light isn't just the same light everywhere, it's different on every material, right? Your shadows that are a little bit different, but that's important, right? It's harder, and because it's harder, less people do it, and because less people do it, it's more interesting when you do it. That's my theory. Again, it's not like a hard rule. I don't think you have to do that, but I certainly, to me, it makes it more interesting, and it makes it more rewarding, I think, when I do it. Because then I have to actually consider that stuff. Anyway. This illustration reminds me a little bit of Grotwood Elder Scrolls Online, one of my favorite places. Oh, I've never played Elder Scrolls. My video game playing experience is very limited. I play a lot of video games, like a lot of hours. But I play the same games. Okay, another thing is like the repeating shapes, right? I made this shape up here, this little loop-de-loop. It's kind of cool, but I don't have anywhere else in the image, right? So maybe I need to put that loop-de-loop elsewhere, right? I need to repeat the shapes. Again, it's okay to have a one-off thing somewhere in your painting if it's justified, but like otherwise, why is it even there? You know, is it the focal point? No, it's like, it kind of is. It's sort of drawing attention. Maybe we go like that. And yeah, maybe there's little parts here. So for example, this little area with like this little swamp water, like that's kind of neat. What if we took that green and we add a little bit of green here, right? Just like little patches. A nice little, just where the light's kind of poking through, right? This is where like, you know, we're just, and maybe that's not what we want to do there. Maybe we don't want to draw attention there. See, maybe I break my own rule. Maybe that's not in shadow. Technically, this is not a different material. I've already used the green, right? I've used this grassy stuff.
so I'm not really breaking my rule. But it is one of those things I like to think about, and I only think about it because I neglect it, you know? I don't think it's like a top priority. I think it's like a 1% issue. You know, it's one of those things that, like, you know, it isn't gonna make or break your painting, I don't think. Yeah, this gives me a little bit like Jack and the Beanstalk kind of thing with Giant Pumpkin Patch, or what is that? Jack and the Beanstalk? I don't know. Pumpkin Patch? Jack and the Pumpkin? It's not. That's not a thing. Jack and the Giant Peach. James and the Giant Peach. No, is there a Giant Pumpkin one? I feel like there's a Giant Pumpkin one, right? I don't know. But yeah, art for me. So speaking of like my little unspoken, my unwritten rules, like the no goal posting and you know, light every object at least once, or every material at least once in light and shadow. If you have light, obviously, not sometimes you just have like ambient light, so then you can't really do it. Um, but I think for me, like that's how I learn art. It's very much like I form a guess or like a hypothesis of like, if I do this, my paintings look bad. And then I test it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's my new rules. I don't do that thing anymore. Or, oh, if I do this, they tend to look better. Oh, I'm going to do that more. And I kind of just, I keep forming rules. Or like, you know, if I have two shapes in the shadows and then a direct light right next to it, I can merge those two shapes because, you know, they're like, to go back over here. You know, it's like, it's not always like, you know, if you have a shape here and another shape here, and then a shape here, but this one's in light, right? Like this or something. Like, I think you can merge these, right? Especially if you have light here, or maybe you put light here or something. Merge these two shapes. Like, why not? They can be the same shape. You don't need to show every single spot, you know, a completely different value. You can merge their shadows, or you can merge their light forms, like pick one or the other maybe. Oops, I did the reverse of, you know, maybe this light is all, you know, you don't have to like carefully draw every single line here because there's technically a line here. Sure. Or you could just make it a solid shape, right? You don't have to go in here and make every little line into shadow. Like, oh, this box has a line here. Like, sure, it does, but also you can just call this a shape, you know? And it'll be readable. And so there's a lot of stuff like that where just merging shapes that are similar. It's not a thing that you always see in real life. If you squint hard enough, right, you'd be able to see this, that, you know, you'd be able to see where this meets the ground, right? You'd be able to see that. But if you're painting it, you don't need to do that. You don't have to have where this meets the ground. You know, you might choose to, but like, it's a choice and you can make that choice. And I think knowing you can make that choice is important for me. I don't know. Or like, where can you get away? What's the rule for like where you can blur an edge? Can I blur this edge right here? Well, if I do that, I might look round. Okay, maybe the corner needs to stay as a corner, but what about the interior? Can I blur that? Well, I think you probably can, right? But what about this edge? Well, if I blur that edge too much, it might also look round. But like, what about this? Oh, I can blur that. Well, how come? Well, it's a cast shadow, but it's far away from the object. So maybe my rule is cast shadows near the object are hard lined, and as it gets further away, I can get more blurry with it, and it'll still look okay, right? I found that to be true. It's kind of how it behaves in real life. You could have a super solid cast shadow in the distance, but I don't know, like, I in this regard, I feel like, I know you guys hate it, but I'm going to use the chess analogy. It reminds me a lot of chess, where, like, the rules of chess are very simple, right? There's what, 6 pieces? I don't know. Rook, bishop, knight, queen, king, pawn. 6 pieces, right? There's 6 pieces, and they move a certain way. You alternate turns, right? There's en passant, you know, and castling as special rules. Other than that, like, that's the rules of chess, right? You move things, you can't, you know, you can't move through, you know, if you're in check, you must get out of check.
You cannot be in check for a turn. Like, that's the rules of chess. Basically that. Each of the pieces, they move a certain way. You try to make it so the king can't move. Essentially, you're trying to capture the king. And, you know, they're very, very simple. But if you've ever played chess or studied chess, there's all sorts of rules people come up with. Like, get your king to safety. That's an unofficial rule, right? Because it's a good fundamental concept. You know, develop your pieces, right? Attack pinned pieces, right? These are concepts in chess that people treat as if they're rules, but they're not. And I you can come up with your own, right? You can, when things, you know, you kind of have your own little ways to make it easier to make choices. And that's, to me, what I do in art is, like, you come up with little things. Maybe they're little sayings, like some of the classic ones, like your lightest darks are darker than your darkest lights, right? Meaning, like, if you have an object in the shadows and it's a bright material, like a white t-shirt or a white object in here, that is still gonna be darker than anything, than even a black object that's in sunlight, right? So a black object in the sunlight might look like this if it's in direct sunlight, right? Whereas a white object in the shadow might look like that, right? And so it's basically saying that dark object, even if it's in direct sunlight, it's gonna be brighter than even a light object in the shadows, right? It's basically saying that, yeah, that's gonna be brighter than that. And, like, that's not a real rule. That doesn't happen in real life, not quite. Like, sometimes it does, but that's a rule that helps people organize and make choices and decisions. And anyway, I love that stuff. I love coming up with these little, like, I mean, I didn't come up with that, by the way. In no way am I taking blame to that one. That's as old as time. But no, I love little rules like that. And, you know, the goalpost effect is one of those rules for myself. The, you know, light materials of different kinds, that's another one. Anyway, that stuff. There's a million of them. You can find them all over the internet. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I really, really appreciate it. And I think for me, those rules are basically just like finding patterns. It really is just pattern recognition. Like, I don't know if you guys care, because I'm going to use chess as an example again, but I've been playing a lot of what's called Chess 960, which is basically, it's also called Fischer Random, but basically it's your back row of pieces when you start the game is randomized, and there's like 960 different possible combinations, which is why it's called Chess 960, and then of course your opponent has the same random orientation. So whatever your random setup is so is theirs, but basically at the start of every game, your pieces are randomized on the back row every single time. And so every game is kind of different. So, like, you really have to be able to make choices based on something. And so, like, I have little rules that I've made up in that do not apply to real chess. But, you know, they're, like, maybe they do, but if they do, I've never learned them because they aren't relevant in most games. But in this game, they are relevant. And so I've come up with tons of little things to help me make choices and little patterns. I don't know if they're optimal, and I'm sure if I got better at it, I would learn that they're not optimal and that you know, I'd learn to make better choices. But, like, that's how you learn, right? You have things that you do that work, and when they stop working, you try to understand why, and then you adapt. And that's how you learn art also. Like, do what you like, and don't do what doesn't work. You know, do what works more and do what doesn't work less. I don't know, basically that. Okay, can I show you a recent piece where I'm guilty of goal posting? Oh, absolutely, I'd love to see it. And yeah, no, I mean, again, just because you're goal posting doesn't mean it's bad, by the way. I want to be very clear on that. Like, it's kind of like when you learn the rule of thirds, you know? People are like, oh my gosh, my paint. I've actually had this happen before. And I, you know, no shame or shade on the person who told it to me, but I remember I had a painting, and it was something like this. You know, I'm gonna make this up, but imagine I had a character here, you know, and the character is looking this way, and you know, it's bad. Let's assume that this is balanced. I'm not claiming this is perfectly balanced, but but let's just assume that everything worked in this painting. The person basically came along and said, you know what? Your painting, this is not on a perfect third. This character should be moved over here, right? This would be better if you were to move it. And I'm like, but now it's not as balanced. But they're like, but it is because it's on the third, right? They were treating it as law. And it's like, well, no, because you can look at it and it just doesn't feel as balanced. I mean, in this case, it actually looks better here. But in the example they were giving, it's like, when they were moving it, it was moving it to where there's like a tangent, there was some awkward lines going in like other spots, and like, you know, every line would have pointed here. You know, it's like every line would have pointed to here, and then the character was off center, and it's like, well, why? Now it's just weird, you know? And it's like, look, the rule of thirds is great. All right, I'm not knocking it. It's amazing. It's a great rule. People use it as a rule like I would use the goalpost rule, right? Some people treat it super important. But there's absolutely times where it does not apply. And so, yeah, it's more of a guideline. Yeah, there's no art, please. Yeah, so anytime I say these things like, you know, oh, look, I'm trying not to goalpost. Ooh, I like it. But yeah, see, this is an example where, like, I don't know, maybe you could have gotten away without, like, the left hand thing, you know? Like, if one of those mountains in the midground was a little bigger on the left to, like, and you took away that very far left one, like, yeah, I think you could probably get away. Or maybe this is a book cover and it genuinely does not matter, right? Because book covers have wacky compositions. You know, if this were a book cover, it'd be gorgeous, right? I mean, it is gorgeous, but yeah, that's a good example of like, yeah, that's a goalpost. Would I have done it a little different if this is a standalone image? Probably, but like, I think it works. I like it. You know, again, are there, you know, if your goal was like, you know, how do I make this more dynamic? Like, yeah, maybe I would change that, but like, I don't know. For some things it works. Without knowing the context, this could be amazing. You know, this could be the perfect composition. But no, I like it. That's a really nice image. I like all the texture and obviously the light. The sky is gorgeous. Yeah, this looks like a book cover to me. Just like with the way it's set up. I don't know if it is, but could totally be a book cover. I had a teacher who would always be like that, but then when you adjusted things to the rule, he would say, well, now it looks generic. Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing, right? There's a lot of things I will do that are... I will try to not... And again, I'm not claiming my art is good for this. But a lot of times I'll do things that I will not do simply because I do them. So, like, you know, maybe it's like goalpost adjacent. Which is basically put a big, like, rock in the foreground. I try not to do that anymore. I still do sometimes, but it's one of those, like, a rock that's this shape is really, you know, it brings the eye back into the painting, you know. It kind of, if you're getting too close over here, it does kind of, like, create a cushion. So it's really easy to want to, like, you know, put things in the corners. But then you're like, okay, well, it is okay to, like, open up the painting. You know, it's okay to have a field of stuff without anything in the corners, right? But like, once you learn that, like, oh, you can put things in the corners to make a framing, like, you want to keep doing it. But like, you know, you can open up a painting, you know, things can come in from off screen. That's okay. And so, you know, sometimes if I catch myself doing a thing that I think I do too much, as long as it's not for like a commission, but if it's like for a personal piece like this, I will just change it. I'll change it to be different, because that way I can get experience and practice doing something in a, you know, different way. So that's like my example of like, I'll do a thing just to not be generic, just to practice. It's not, you know, doesn't mean it's better. Nothing wrong with generic compositions. I mean, again, if they work, they work. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, no, that stuff's funny. It's like, I think you can police your own art like that, right? You can avoid things or do things simply because you want to. But I think telling other people they ought to do that, that's like a crime. You can't go tell someone to, like, you should move your character over a centimeter to make it more on the third. Like, who cares? It being on a third is irrelevant. Now, does it look balanced? If it doesn't look balanced and you moved it over and then it solved the problem, like, that's certainly a way. Okay, you know what this painting doesn't have, though? Brushwork. Also, tangent up at top, which I think could be solved by moving this upward just a little bit. The rule of thirds can be used in a lot of ways, too. Like, someone outside of it might be... being excluded. Sometimes inside the lines, the third could be negative focus of a crowd. True, yeah. That's true. Yeah, I mean, what your focal point is absolutely can change, right? I mean, this is something I do a lot. I like to just make my focus the light. So sometimes my lighting will be my main focus, and like I might have a big structure here, but if I have a cool bit of light on there, it's like the light will draw your attention to the structure, but the light might be the thing that you're actually looking at. So the structure could be off, the structure could be in the middle, but if I'm drawing your attention here, that's going to guide you into the structure, then like, is that still on the third, or is this, is this the focal point that you're eventually going to look at, or is that, right? And like, I would argue this is, and it's still on the focal point, but if I were just to show you the line work, you'd be like, nope, it's very center, because this is the thing that you're looking at, and like the light's not going to show up in the sketch. And so it's you can definitely do it in all sorts of ways. And yeah, ultimately it's just balance, right? I'll admit, I think when it comes to composition, any conversation around the rule of third is the most boring conversation you could possibly have. I think anything around balance is like, that's I don't know. I don't want to sound pompous over here, but I feel like that's by far the easiest thing to grasp in composition is just like general balance. I think why you would choose one, perspective over another, or why you do one type of, lighting scenario versus another for your story, and also make it work compositionally, I think that's more ways to make a balanced composition. Who cares? It's which one do you pick and why, right? How do you start making those choices? Right? Do you have, where do you place the camera and why? Do you want to focus directly on the character or not, and why? What is it doing for the story? What's it doing to the mood? What's it doing to your design? Or how do you, can you, like, maybe you want to establish some sort of concept in the foreground and then you want to be able to allude to it in the background. That's a thing that's like a choice that affects composition that isn't just where is your focal point. I don't know. Where your focal point is extremely uninteresting. Like, you can have someone on a bridge looking at someone in the window, then adding some climbing to the window outside the thirds makes better story adds. Yeah, I mean, I do like there is this idea that, like, I mean, it's okay. I'm not gonna draw the stupid spiral because it's dumb, but I think if you wanted to be really abstract, you could argue it is that. But basically, I like the idea of mini compositions. I do, being able to, like, maybe this is the main part you look at, but like maybe if you were to zoom in over here, there's like another little painting here, right? Maybe this is its own little composition. There's a character up here, and again, this composition's kind of framed by this little open space, or maybe it's framed like this. And do I think this should be its own interesting image? Yeah, I think that could be a fun way to do it. Right? And so you're kind of doing like your own mini compositions within your painting, which again, this mini composition
might have its own, you know, focal point on a third somewhere, you know? Um, Again, does it matter where that focal point is? Not really, but it's like I should still be appealing. Not should be, but sometimes it's nice to make it appealing. It's a way to add like secondary and tertiary focal points and like, you know, keep things interesting. You know, if you were to look over here, you know, maybe these three things are different. You know, maybe there's a character in one of them and, you know, it's kind of on this third or whatever, and like maybe there's some design stuff over here that are different, and like, you know, just make every little part that you would zoom in, and not every part but a lot of them, maybe they all have their own little uh you know, points of interest, and just to keep it refreshing kind of, as long as you still have your main hierarchy of like where's your focal point. I don't know, that's kind of how I like to think about it. And so, you know, you could argue that that's like the stupid spiral, because, you know, if you, in theory, again, spiral is so stupid. Can I reiterate how dumb I think that spiral is? Anyway, but if you, in theory, right, if you were to break up your painting and like, okay, well, there's, I'm gonna put a focal point. You know, let me do this on a new layer. You know, if I, in theory, if I were to put a focal point here, and then I were to make this its own painting, right, and then put a focal point here, right, and then make this its own painting and put a focal point here, right? You can see what I'm doing here, right? Like this is kind of the thing, right? I'm kind of doing the thing, and like there's an element to like bounce your eye around the page and you know, move it around. Like, you know, there's some logic to that, but like to set it up that exact way is a little bit nonsensical. But anyway, I do like the idea though of moving the, you know, having little mini compositions where you could like crop it, especially for like Instagram. Not that you should ever design your painting for Instagram, but being able to like crop a painting and have it look really cool in sort of in a cropping, and then be able to crop it another way and have your own little painting, but also have it look good as a whole. I think that's interesting. Like for me, my own personal taste, I think that's great. Like if you can move the eye around and everywhere you look at is interesting, and there's variety and interest, and it's not too samey, and there's a nice balance of big, medium, small, 1, 2, 3s, whatever. You know, odd numbers, triangles, anything that makes you bounce around the canvas. I think that's great. Blessing Art says, "Hippity hop, hippity hee. I'm here to take your kidney." Oh, that's something. I didn't know you're going into that. P.S. I'm blessing art. I'm here to bring good vibes and bless thy art. Did I do my job? You threw me with the kidneys thing. Sadly, I must continue my journey to spread blessings and good art. Now, good day, evening, good night, afternoon. We may meet again someday. All right, blessing art. Thanks for popping in. Please don't take my kidneys. That sounds like a threat. I personally find a lot of current art suffers from short content syndrome. Need read right now so anyone can swipe along. Yeah. I find a lot of art boring because of that. Yeah, I think there's a I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I think I think I share that feeling. So let me see if I can articulate my thoughts on it and see if it's the same as yours. Yeah, I think a lot of emphasis is put on like that initial impact, right? And a lot of those secondary and tertiary things are left kind of to the wayside, like they aren't as important, because why spend that time really working on that nuance when no one's going to notice? I will say though, I kind of do that. I'm guilty, right? Because so much of my art is unfinished. It's very just surface level, like initial read, right? It's like the early stages of composition where you're just trying to make it look cool. But I will say, I have had a slight change of heart, and I will show you an example of this in one of my works. I've had a slight change of heart, and part of it's because of AI. So AI is notorious for, like, the longer you look at it, the crappier it gets. I like the idea that the longer I just look at it for a long time, I think there's something for me. And I'd like to think that I'm doing that in this. You know, there's little, like, things here that tell maybe a little bit of a story. You know, little sheep with a bow, a little thing showing, you know, character times a potion equals sheep, and like, oh wait, were these all people? And then you have like the potions dumping out, and like this is a potion shop, and like, oh, maybe there's a story here, you know. Again, maybe it's in your face, maybe it's not. You know, initial glance looks nice, you know, kinda. I'd like to think it looks nice, a cool, but it is one of those things, you know, kind of ties into like a mini compositions. I think it would be cool to have, you know, art that kind of gets more cool. And again, I think that this is, you know, not lost on people in movies. You know, movies that kind of keep on delivering, or video games. The more you play them, the more you discover. You know, there's a lot of different games. You know, lore. Every little detail relates to something, and it's just like you can discover things for ages, right? Because there's just so much to it. And I think that's awesome. I think, you know, a lot of artists who make things really do pour their heart into that stuff. So I don't think it's like this is some long forgotten thing that people don't do anymore. I think they do. Does it make you stop? I don't know. I don't really have any gripe with it, though. I still think you know, most of the artists I follow, it's very easy to not have like that level of depth, and I don't think everything needs to be. Ultimately, art can just be made for fun. I am reminded of older art where they add tons of symbolism. You could sit down for hours finding stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely, like, I think if you're, I mean, again, I think that stuff exists, right? It exists in movies, it exists in video games galore, like lots of games have that. I think for a single piece of art, right, unless maybe you're trying to sell it as a print, or you're gonna sell an original, it does take a lot of time. But yeah, no, I like that stuff. I do want to bring a little bit more of that back to my art, or at least learn from some of that. And I'm a little bit ashamed to say, I that shift in my attitude of like wanting to lean towards that, you know, I should have probably wanted to lean towards that anyway, but a little bit of it's because of AI, and it sucks to say that, but like, you know, thanks AI, you've made me care more about the Easter eggs, the little details, the stuff that you know, the longer you look at it, the more interesting it becomes. That's something that I haven't always cared about, you know? For a long time, I was like, I just want that initial impact. I want it to look cool at a quick glance. Or I want it to like do its, you know, because I mean, a lot of art, you know, the goal of a lot of art is that initial read, right? A lot of like graphic design or character design, that initial impact is the most important thing, right? A lot of the nuance that can be fleshed out is done through, you know, dialogue and story and things that aren't purely visual, right? If you have an animation and the character is introduced as a spiky-haired, big sword-wielding, dark-clothinged character, you're like, ooh, that's a bad guy, right? And then the story develops, and you start to learn that he's not actually a bad guy, but he kind of, you know, looks a little edgy or something. Like, you know, that's the time you can flesh. Not every detail needs to be fleshed out visually. Sometimes it's okay to, like, big, punchy stuff, you know, that initial impact. A lot of visual design is around that. So it kind of, I don't know. I don't think it matters too much if art, you know, I don't think every art has to be super nuanced just with visuals, right? We have so many multimedia things. People back in the, you know, the 1500s or whatever, when they were making those, when was the Renaissance? I don't even know. 18, I should know this. But back when people were making those, you know, amazing things with all those symbolism, they also weren't animating them, right? They weren't adding voiceovers. They had one image to work with and one image alone. Maybe a series of images, but like they weren't animating them. Nowadays, we can add so much of context, not just in a single image, but with words and with, you know, moving images. And so I think it's a little bit, you know, it's not an apples to apples comparison, right? There's a little bit of there's some stuff happening there. And then I'm going to add an airbrush. Add some ambient occlusion. Just a little bit of ambient occlusion. Trying to just go around here and soften some of the undersides of these things. And then we can come in here and yeah, we can come back in here and do stuff later, but I want to just try. Okay, that'll work. Is that better? AI changed me too. Made me want to focus on what I like rather than what I thought others wanted. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah. I mean, I you know, for all its... I said this pretty early, and I still stand. It made me a little bit more philosophical, because it sort of... You do have to question, like, why you're doing something. Why do you draw a thing the way you draw it? And then you realize that, like, oh, I must have had these preconceived notions, or I must have... Like, it kind of makes you psychoanalyze yourself a little bit. Like, what do I actually like? You know? Or am I drawing for others, or am I drawing for myself, right? You have to get a little... You have to question things, like, you know, maybe you're working on a piece that's really difficult and you're hating it, and you're like, why am I even doing this? You know, there's a lot of those kinds of questions, at least I found with art. And I've always sort of liked that aspect of it. It sort of makes you think. AI definitely brought in a whole new host of questions. Like, well, just a lot of questions, right? Like, why am I even making art? Am I making it to make a pretty picture? Because, again, AI can do that. And if that's the only reason I'm making art, should I even be doing art? Because, like you said, you know, maybe you should focus on what you want to make, and that way you've made it. And well, no, AI can't do that. So AI can't make, you know, AI will never make my art, right? If I'm the one making it, and it's making its art, well, my art is at least my art, right? I made it, and I have that claim always, right? And so maybe that's important, you know? Like you said, you can make the thing that you want. So yeah, I don't know. There's definitely some things that it has done that has made me question things. You know, there's a lot of questions, I think, that a lot of... I mean, I'm a little concerned. I don't want to really go too deep into this topic, but I'm a little concerned because, you know, I got into art quite late, and I felt like I was somewhat... I don't want to say I'm mature, but I you know, as far as living life goes and being, you know, you get somewhat more mature or more understanding of your own motives and reasons for doing things as you get older. I'd like to think at least I did a little bit. I'm a little concerned for, like, younger artists who are like, is it even worth learning art because AI can make it better? I feel like I had questions by the time AI came around to those questions, or I had answers to those questions. And I kind of knew why I made art, for what I liked about it, what it did, right? I kind of had those answers already because I'd already thought about them. But AI certainly made me question it more. But I've seen people express those concerns, and it is concerning because, like, if you're just starting out, and oftentimes people do start out just to want to impress their friends. Like, genuinely, I think I probably did. That's probably what got me into art, is like, I drew something, I had a tiny bit of proclivity towards it, and people are like, oh, that's so cool. And I'm like, you know, pat me on the, like, yeah, thanks. And, like, it felt good. And, like, now you're competing with AI, and, like, why? I don't know if I would have done art as a kid if kids at my school were busting out their own characters in AI. Like, would I have... I don't know if I would have drawn. Because I do think a big... Initially, that motivator was like, look at this pretty art I made. right? And I wanted to make it look nice. Nowadays, right, there's design, there's storytelling, right? And there's all these other reasons that you do art and all these things that art can do. But initially, like that like the prettiness of it is absolutely a goal, right? Or making it realistic, right, is oftentimes a goal. You know, I don't know if they're great goals, but they're, you know, they are goals for some people. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's in one way, you know, from a very selfish point of view, it does give me a little bit of hope in that, you know, in 20 years, maybe there aren't going to be as many new artists who really know how to put what they want on the page, you know? Like, actually making those choices for themselves. I don't know if that's, you know, I think there probably will be, you know, I'm going to be optimistic about it, but, you know, if that is the case, you know, it could be having the chops to do the thing. It could be a bit of a scarcity. Like movie directors and like the high end stuff, right? Like think like the best of the best, the people who, you know, really had to learn the nuance of their craft. You know, it might be even more rare, and maybe, you know, for like the movie industry or people who want to make really good things, maybe it'll be in higher demand. I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me, right? If it's harder to get into because of all the mental pressures of like having to suck for, well, comparatively for longer, right? You're sucking for longer because now you have all this comparison of like instant gratification that you're competing with, right? It'd be like trying to, yeah, I don't know. It's just, I mean, talk about instant gratification. It would be hard to sort of have the drive to like make bad art. You know, again, I'm still making bad art, but you know what I mean? But like make art that's not super amazing year after year after year when, you know, your peers around you don't give a crap and they are just pumping out stuff that looks nice kinda, and they're claiming it's exactly what they wanted, and, you know, you don't quite understand yet that it's probably not quite that nuanced. Yeah, it's tricky. It's a tricky topic. I don't know. I'm definitely a little fearful for that. I guess it's like a cultural fear. I don't know. This pumpkin doesn't look like a pumpkin yet. And add some shapes up here, some textures. I hope people just start respecting what they and others create. I think I honestly would not be surprised if there's like a shift, and I've been hoping this for years, or ever since basically 2022. And I still think it's very well, it could be a thing where like there's actually a cultural shift to like more respect for artists, sort of like the things they make, because they see all the slop and all the garbage, and it's like, oh, there's obviously like, I'm trying to think, like, if fast food is like the boom, it doesn't necessarily mean that fine dining goes out the window. Like, maybe it makes certain people have an even more respect for it, and then you get like all these food shows on TV, and people care more about that craft side of it, things, and the art of the making of it. I don't know. I could see there being like a, I don't know. I could also see it going the other way, right? And people having even more misconceptions and less understanding, because there is a disconnect unlike food where you can taste it, art, it's still just visual. Artful Fungi, how's it going on YouTube? We've got a YouTube viewer. It's been a while since but yeah, how's it going? Hope you're doing well, and thank you. Yeah, it's a little bit of like pumpkin shaped things. I don't think this pumpkin here, the sideways one, quite looks good. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing here. Also, I don't really know what these shapes are. Just kind of making shapes that look cool. I think once I figure out the lighting and the shadows kind of and the shapes appear, I think it'll start looking better. But yeah, I'm having fun with this one. And hope you're doing well, Artful Fungi. We've got it. I mean, I don't want to shade too much because it's all in shadow, so it's all just ambient light. But I do wonder if I can't put in some of that. Okay, let me bust out my reference. I have some references here for pumpkins. I've been neglecting them. Where did they go? I've lost my... Oh, here they are. Okay, I got some references here for various pumpkins. Some knobby pumpkins with little thingies up here that I'm kind of using for like this reference a little bit. Also, I want to do some, I have some more pumpkins here. I really like this one back here. That's a nice shape. Most of these aren't very useful. Another knobby pumpkin with some tumory looking things. But yeah, I think this one is interesting because there's shapes and stuff. But it doesn't do a great job of like the ambient light, like that blue light up top. Flick says, it's a shame we have such a short attention span as humans. Through COVID, we turned to the arts, movies, books, art, like in most times of stress. Now we need to deal with AI slop after it because we actually didn't give up the respect it deserves. You're underrated. I wish the best for you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I gotta read that again, Flick. You said, it's a shame we have such short attention spans as humans. Just in general? Yeah, I think so. Through COVID, we turned to the arts. Movies, books, art, like in most times of stress. Now we need to deal with AI slop after it because we actually didn't give it the respect. Give what? Give arts the respect it deserves? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we turned to art and it's like we forgot how much we relied on it. Is that what you mean? Yeah. I totally get that. That is a shame. I mean, this is one of those things like, people live with their nose in art all the time, whether it's games, books, movies, whatever. And yet somehow we have this ability to like not even realize that the people who make it are like how much we engage with it. I don't know. That is kind of weird, right? I mean, things like underpaid VFX artists have been a thing for forever. And you know what people talk about when like a new action movie comes out? It's like, oh, look at the VFX. It's like, come on now. Like, how? I mean, art's tricky though, right? Because everybody wants to do it. Because so many people like art, so like there's always gonna be, there are a lot of people who want, but even that's not even actually totally true, I don't think, because I mean obviously a lot of people want to do art, but like the upper echelons of like the really skilled artists, like the ones who are doing, they're working on the big movies and stuff, they're not necessarily a dime a dozen, right? There absolutely are people who are just like amazing. And so you would think that they would have, I mean, I remember that like, with like AI people being poached by big companies, like people were offered like $200 million. If you're like one of the big names, like the people who are the best of the best and they, your stuff, they were getting like $200 million sign-on bonuses to go from like Meta AI to Open AI or vice versa or something. Like, That is insane. Imagine that value or something placed on like the big names, brightest and best of like the, you know, the best designers or something. I don't know. It's just like that would never happen, right? It's crazy. I mean, even if it was like a 1 in a million things, like they're just the top end just doesn't feel like it even exists for like your run of the mill. It's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit wild. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, you know, obviously copyright stuff aside, you know, outside of copyright issues, you know, I think if you want to invest money into a thing that you think is going to be a big payout, like, you know, whatever, companies are allowed to do what they want. I just don't see the contribution to society that it's claiming to offer, but, you know, maybe it's there. If it is, that's cool, I guess. Anyway, what am I doing here? I'm just noodling. I don't understand what I'm doing in this pumpkin shape. It's not working. Like, because it's all ambient light. And so it should be bluer up top, redder down below, I guess. Or orangier down below. Because the blue is from the ambient light. Something like that, maybe. I know pumpkin... Maybe it's just a bit more orange. Maybe that's what I should do. I don't know. I'm an artist. Do you have any tips for growing my channel? I do not have social media tips. Tips. I don't have social media tips. I mean, the only thing I can do is echo advice that other people have given me, but I'm so lazy with social media. On Twitch, I mean, it's, you know, just be consistent and stuff. But no, I mean, I think... I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is real advice or just my personal, like, philosophy towards it, but I think somebody that I once talked to probably said it best, which is like, you know, there's all these things you could focus on, you know, the algorithm, the whatever, you know, pumping out a lot of art. I think just get good. If you're good enough at something, people will watch you. You know, I think if you look to Twitch or any sort of live stream, you know, if you're the best in the world at something, not that you have to be the best in the world at art, but like, when in doubt, just get good. I mean, I know it's kind of silly advice, and the phrasing of it makes it sound like you know, you're telling someone to get good at video games, but like, it's never going to hurt you to keep getting better at art, right? You're never gonna like keep learning your fundamentals, keep trying to level up, learn more. Like, I think, you know, that's never going to be a bad choice of investing your time, because at some point you're probably going to want to be as skillful as you can be. As far as like how much time you invest into social media and growing your channel and marketing, like, I don't know how useful that is. I don't know. I mean, I'm not one to speak on that. So the way that I do it personally is just keep trying to level up, you know? Don't stress out about it, but like have fun and try to get good, I guess. I don't know. Is that advice? It's some advice. I don't know if it's good advice. But that's my advice. When in doubt, get good. I don't know. And I'm still trying. And speaking of social media, I think one thing, you know, like posting frequently and all that, like, I think that's definitely good advice. But here's the thing. If you're just starting out, you can't post frequently. You just don't have enough work. You know, most of the big accounts, I saw a post on Reddit just recently, and they were asking, like, how do the big creators who, you know, are, even if you don't have art as a full-time job, like, how are you posting every day? And, like, the truth is, most of those artists have thousands of paintings or thousands of drawings or sketches, and they have backlogs. You know, they were on DeviantArt 12 to 20 years ago, and they've been making art ever since. And now they're no longer on DeviantArt. Then they join Instagram, and they have, you know, 5 years of backlogs that they can post of old work. You know, then a new platform pops up, and now they have 10 years of backlog they can put. If a new platform came out today, which they have, I could post a piece of art for every day for a year or more, right? No problem. Not that I would want to post all that art, but I could. And so, like, some of it's just like, keep making art, keep doing the thing, because you will be able to, like, ultimately, if you're gonna want to keep up to date with posting new stuff, well, you're gonna need stuff to post. You don't have to post it right away when you make it either. I don't know. Like, it all feels like it comes back to just, like, keep making art. I don't know. That's my stance. Keep making stuff. Keep painting. Focus on the art. And if you have extra time, read up on social media algorithms, read up on all that stuff. I don't know. Like, I mean, again, this isn't like a bragging moment, because I'm not great at social media. I hardly even ever post, but I could post. I could post a lot. Let's just open up my folder. You'll notice it starts at 614 here. I have 613 folders on my external hard drive, and if I just click any one of these, it goes up to 852. So any one of these folders has a piece of art in it, and if I click on the art, every single one of these has like up to 9 thumbnails, and every single one of these has a painting that I took and I worked on till the end of stream. They're not all finished. A lot of them are just sketches, but there are literally thousands of thumbnails. I could post, hopefully I didn't close the art I was working on. Click another random one. Here's another painting. That was another random stream. Like, again, I could post the finished painting from any of these. This one, I could post this to Instagram or social media. I could do a sketch a day for 3 years, right? And it would be like of this quality. It's not amazing quality, but like, if I were, if I want to get picky about it, I could pick my very best work and post stuff every day for a year or something, And like, I think that's how you get good at social media. You just have a backlog, have content, reuse stuff. There, two of my favorite artists. Well, I don't want to say favorite artists, but like, so Andreas Roca, he's great, very influenced by him, and Nathan Fowkes. Nathan Fowkes is great, amazing teacher, very skilled at what he does. He just posts every single day old stuff that he's made. I think I've seen him post the same thing like 3 times in the last 3 months. Like, he's just repeating old work. And like, he's like maybe not a legend in the industry, but like, he's very well known as like a great teacher, a great educator, very good at what he does. He's, kind of an online rock star in some ways. And like, dude's just throwing out stuff he made 20 years ago. Here's a thing when I worked on Prince of Egypt. Here's a thing when I worked on Aladdin. Here's a thing when I worked on Ratatouille or whatever. I don't know what he worked on. He's worked on a lot of stuff. And like, he's just throwing out work from like his time in the industry. And like, that's his social media content. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he wasn't worrying about that stuff when he was making it, He was just doing a good job trying to make good art. I don't know. That's what I get from that. So yeah, I'm a bad social media person. I just post whenever I feel like it. I will say using a social media scheduler is amazing. I use a site called Buffer. It's free. You don't have to pay for it. You just sign up. It basically lets you just log into multiple social medias at once, and you can just make posts in that app. You don't have to go to each thing. You don't have to send it to your phone first. You can, just do it straight from browser, drag, drop, make your posts, format them. I think Instagram, you can do everything but add music. So if you want music to your post, you still have to do it from your phone. You can schedule it. You can, what I try to do is because I paint multiple times a week, every month or so, I will go open up the browser or open up the app or whatever, and I will just schedule out, like, I'll look through all my old stuff, take anything that I like and make a post for it, schedule it out a couple, I'll evenly space them until I don't have any more work. And I just do that every couple months. I don't really worry about like, oh, it's time to upload. It's called Buffer, Buffer. It's literally just buffer.com, I think. I like it. Also, I'm not sure I like my painting here. Value-wise, something's funky. I don't know. I should probably end stream though. We're getting kinda down to the something. The wire? No, there's no wire. We're not getting down to anything. I'm just losing steam. I think my brain is getting tired. Maybe I'll what if I add more atmosphere and ambient light a little bit, softening this up a bit. There. Blind Coyote. Okay, I'm adding some fog up here, just to make like the top further away. And also stuff like this where it's really dark. I do want it darker, but bringing in some ambient light is nice. It makes it feel like that fog has like seeped into the nooks and crannies. I don't know, maybe I'll regret this. Maybe, gosh, do I want to go super saturated here? Sorry, I'm making so many, I have so many layers over here. I don't think you guys can see it, can you? No, chat's taking up. I have so many layers. I have 34 layers and most of them are empty. That's how bad my layer management is right now. Ooh, what if I do this? Something like that. Kind of just, or maybe even down further. So like, kind of implying that this is also a pumpkin. Or pumpkin shape. There. So it's a little bit of a round shape back there. Been doing all right, starting a new series of paintings. Oh, nice. Man, series of paintings are fun. I should do more of those. I haven't done it some in a while. I mean, I guess you could argue like a bunch of Halloween paintings. Also, this is totally a Halloween painting. I don't know if it's too late for or too early for Halloween. I don't think it is. I don't think it's ever too early, but man, sometimes I feel weird painting painting Halloween stuff. Although I do need to work on a Christmas card. I'm always too late with my Christmas card because it takes me so long to figure out what I want to paint, and then even longer to finish it. I know it's too early for Christmas, but man, I feel like I want to start my Christmas card. Maybe that's what I do next stream. Christmas stream? That's the thing about like making like a card or a product of some sort. Like you have to start so early because it takes a long time. It's kind of silly. Ooh, what if this one has a little bit of a window here, but the lights are turned off? I like how I just said I'm going to end stream and then I don't. Psych. Yeah, I did a paint earlier this year that I plan to make cards of. Nice. Yeah, I had a plan last year and I want to stick to it, and I'm really bad at sticking to my plans when they're just like my self sort of planned plans. If that makes sense? Like when I make plans for myself and it's just for me and no one else needs to hold me accountable, it's easy for me to flake on my own plans. But my plan last year, so I did a Christmas card. I don't know if I can show it to you because I don't know if it's on my computer. Let me see. Let me just go back there. Let me open up. Maybe I have a folder called Christmas. I do, but it's not. Okay. Oh, here it is. So this was my... Nope, not that. I mean, that is it, but let me do this one. So this was my Christmas card last year. It was it had a bunch of like classic holiday characters. Catch you another time, Joe. I've been lurking most of the time, but I'm off now. Take it easy. See ya, Flick. Thanks for being here. Take care of yourself. So yeah, this was my Christmas card last year, and it was fun because I had never done like a multi-character painting before with like lots of stuff happening. You know, we had like the elf, we had Frosty, we have, you know, Santa, actual Santa, we have the Grinch, right? We have Jack Frost, we had Waldo, who isn't really a Christmas character, we had Snoopy and that guy, Charlie Brown, right? And then we have like, you know, Macaulay Culkin, being his, you know, Home Alone scared face in there. We have Klaus, right? So we had a bunch of little characters in here, just all doing their thing. But I learned a lot from this painting because I had never done this before. And so this year, I want to do something maybe sort of similar, but I want, if I'm going to have multiple characters, I want them to interact, right? I want to, like, there's a little bit of interaction here of, like, you know, Jack Frost throwing snowballs at the window up here, and he's, like, making faces, right? Also, you have gremlins, right? And so, like, you have a little stuff like this of interacting, you know, but, like, what is this? Why is he running with a ladder? Where's the ladder coming from? I don't know, right? What if I had, like, a character dangling here who he took the ladder? That would be funny, right? Or, like, what's happening here? They're just, like, all standing around. Like, what's going on, right? And so I want to do more planning. I want to, like, do a multi-character illustration where there's more interaction. This painting was not it, right? But I learned a lot and it was fun, but it can take a long time because, like, now I have to learn new skills, and so that's what I'll do at some point before the holidays. This could be it. I was actually thinking about doing this as the present or the card, but it's not very Christmassy. But anyway. So yeah, that's where my thought is on Christmas card this year is... Ooh, what if these are like ghosts? Little ghosties. There. Little ghosts. I don't know. Does that work? Now we're kind of going with that lighting scenario that we had. Maybe some back here. So now you can imply what's going on here. I like the ghost. Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit of Halloween-y to it. Halloween vibes. Okay. I think this is a good though. Again, do I like the water? Not really. It's not bad. But I do like where this is going. I think it's a nice painting. So as far as a 1-day stream paint, this is a pretty good. This is kind of my benchmark, not my benchmark, but like my goal, right? This is my goal, to get about this level of quality each stream. You know, it's compositions there, kinda, sorta. Yeah, compositions mostly there. We did some design work. It's fun. It's cute. It's fairly rendered-ish, kinda. Obviously, I could keep working on it, but I like it. I actually really like the pumpkin thing that we did. Yeah, it's interesting. So thank you all for being here. I'm gonna raid out on Twitch, and if you're viewing on YouTube, thank you for being here. I very much appreciate it. I know chatting isn't super lively on YouTube, but I hope, because your chat doesn't show up or anything. But if you ever do want to chat, you can, obviously pop on Twitch as well. But yeah, take care. I do stream 3 days a week: Mondays, Thursdays, Saturdays. Today's Saturday, so Monday's my next stream. And as always, thanks for supporting me. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the follows. All the things. I do have a Patreon if you want to support me further. You do not need to, though. It's patreon.com/jstiller30. And I think that's it. Take care.